Morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome. Good morning and welcome to PatLib 2025, live from our EPO offices in Vienna. This is the biggest event of the year for the PatLib network and the IP professionals that we work with. And we have a lot of exciting sessions ahead of us today. But before we dive in, my name is Haidar Tai, and I am the head of Patent Information User Services at the European Patent Office. Today, it'll be my pleasure to moderate today's program, where we'll have a packed mix of inspiring and practical sessions. We will get an SME's point of view on innovation, see some success stories from across the world, and hear from experts on other important topics such as the single European market, technology transfer, and EPO tools. You're also in for a surprise with the CodeFest prize ceremony, where you'll meet 6 of our finalists, see their innovative proposals, and see how they leverage patent data for sustainability. So stay tuned to see who takes home the grand prize of 20,000 euros. So don't let me do all the talking, please, nor let us listen to our experts for too long. Most of the sessions will have a Q&A afterwards, so we want to hear from you. So please use the link in Slido for our online audience in the chat, and for our audience here today, please raise your hand at the end of the Q&A, and we will gladly bring you a microphone. And we would also like to have your feedback. And in that feedback, please give us your comments about today. And for our online participants, you should be able to see a QR code on the screen now, and we're very much looking forward to hearing your comments. But before we dive in to today's program, it is my pleasure to invite the Vice President of Legal and International Affairs at the European Patent Office, Christoph Ernst, to welcome you all. Christoph, please do join us on the stage. Christoph, pleasure to see you. Christoph, the floor is yours.
Dear, thank you very much for this kind introduction, and good morning to everybody, participants, guests, dear colleagues. Also from my side, a warm welcome to this PatLib Conference 2025. And wherever you are, sitting here in the room or joining us and following from innovation hubs across Europe, thanks for being with us and thanks for joining us. Today, we reflect on the achievements since the Porto paper and look ahead to the future with PatLib 2028 to a smarter, stronger, and more connected network. On that one, we would like to see a network that empowers local innovation, and it supports micro-entities, research and development centers, and universities, and bring patent knowledge to the people who really need it. But the PatLib network only thrives because it is built on EPO's gold standards of high-quality, legally robust patents, trusted assets that empower innovation, attract investment, and turn inventions into impact. For over 50 years now, the EPO has grown to offer premium protection up to 46 countries, and receives around 200,000 patent applications a year. For smaller entities in particular, such as served by our PatLib centers and our PatLib network, high-quality patents provide a clear path to market, reduce legal uncertainty, and increase investor confidence. Furthermore, our landmark unitary patent system now simplifies procedures across 18 European Union member states with one patent application, one patent attorney, one currency, one language, one mediation center, and one court. While SMEs make more than 35% of our unitary patent requests, they convert 60% of their granted European patents into unitary patents, indicative of a very high uptake of the system among SMEs, research centers, and universities. That is one of the most positive surprises of the new unitary patent system, the high attractivity in particular for SMEs and universities, your clients, your partners. But with less than 9% of SMEs owning formal IP rights, just less than 9%, and that's fewer than 7 inventors being women, and universities only commercially exploiting 30% of their patents, a lot of things to improve, and it's clear that while our quality is solid, we must go further to extend the benefits of the patent system to a larger section of our society. And that's exactly why you are here, and that's exactly where the PatLib networks comes into place. Already since coming together in Porto 2019, we have not only completed the PatLib 2.0 project, but exceed all 7 recommendations in the Porto paper. Since then, the network has grown in size, scope, and strength to encompass 332 network centers across 38 countries. And during PatLib 2.0, 36 of these centers increased their service level. So at the end of the program now, we had 121 level 1 centers, which, as you all know, offer patent information and advice services, 102 level 2 centers, which offer expanded services and have deeper links to innovation partners, and 48 level 3 centers, our most advanced centers, delivering high-value services such as data mining, patent valuation, and IP audit services. We have also embedded PatLib into the broader innovation system, the ecosystem, especially when it comes to technology transfer, and of course through partnership with the Association of European Science and Technology Transfer Professionals, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, the European Union Knowledge Valorization Platform, the Licensing Executive Society International, LESI, and the European Technology Transfer Office Circle. Our learning offer has expanded dramatically too. From zero structured training in 2019, we now have a dedicated PatLib learning pathway completed by over 8,000 participants. We've launched the EPO's first ever registered technology transfer professional accredited course and built close connections with certification bodies. As our reporting capabilities have matured and ties with member states have deepened, the reach and relevance of the network has grown too. In 2024, 4,978 people engaged in 33 PatLib centers activities, resulting in 263 hours of lecturing, offered in parallel to 94 hours of self-study. A lot of numbers, a lot of figures, but it's an example, a splendid example of all your activities that you have done for the benefit of all and a wider circle of users and interested parties. The right moment to say heartfelt thanks to all of you. And likewise, our conference has expanded massively from 226 on-site participants in 2019 to over 2,600 online attendees in 2024 and 1,000 more watching right now across the world. And now across the world, because our reach has gone global, then we have a far broader audience and the network is to be expanded. And through the Knowledge Transfer to Africa initiative, European PatLib centers connected with 77 universities through 28 African states and supported 17 twinnings, building bridges of knowledge and collaboration across continents. Through the PatLib network, the EPO has also sought to further widen the accessibility of the patent system across the board. For instance, our 30% fee reduction scheme for micro-entities has already delivered an estimated 5.2 million euros for new users of our system. And that's also at the heart and at the core of all our activities, supporting SMEs, and of course also fee reduction plays a major and crucial role in all our endeavors. But these are just numbers, admittedly plenty. Let's take a look at the stories behind them, the real-world impact that PatLib centers are making every day. Here in Austria, the PatLib Center in Linz provided detailed patent assessments and guidance on model license contracts to an agrotech firm, RT Engineering, which led to 3 licensing agreements and hundreds of thousands in investment, turning invention into real business growth. In Mozambique, the 17th Knowledge Transfer to Africa Twinning was launched between the University of Pungé and the PatLib Center of Coimbra in Portugal, and with a focus on IP awareness and patent searching, the university has now collaborated with PatLib centers in with PatLib centers in Coimbra to draft its first international and institutional IP policy. And in the Czech Republic, then an organization, Ruzena Stemberkova, former PatLib Advisory Committee member, was honored with the Women in IP Prize at the Global IP and Tech Conclave Awards for her work and contribution in the field of IP and her leadership at the Czech University of Budějovice. Hopefully I pronounced that halfway correctly. I could go on from a new corporate club at our Strasbourg Center, which connect business leaders to exchange best IP strategy practices, to an Inventor of the Month initiative in Ghent in Belgium, which shines a light on local innovation. These stories show that PatLib isn't just a network, it's a living, learning catalyst for transformation, and most importantly, there is an impact for the sake of investors and all parties interested. And by 2027, we will publish a book of PatLib case studies, real stories of impact, innovation, and transformation, and we want your stories in it. So as we celebrate today how far we've come, let us now look ahead, because the journey doesn't stop here, and certainly not today. PatLib 2028 is a strategic plan designed to transform the network into a smarter, more interconnected, and more impactful force for innovation, and one that supports the entire end-to-end patent enablement process, successfully taking ideas from the labs and workshops to the market. It's built on 2 powerful pillars: a stronger toolbox and broader outreach. The toolbox focuses on 3 aspects: content, action, and tools. Think of it as 3 gears working together. Content brings in EPO learning and patent intelligence. Action drives networking, partnerships and knowledge exchange, and tools power the digital backbone of the program. And each gear is turning with concrete actions to make the network stronger, smarter, and more connected than ever. Outreach is a second pillar of PatLib 2028, and what started on a local level with the EPO mailing CD-ROMs, oh my God, long times ago, and papers to city and country-specific experts must now incorporate regional partners, European technology transfer associations, innovation-related institutions, and business networks. Now, more than ever, this joined-up approach to European innovation is needed. Since 2008, around a third of European unicorns have relocated abroad, predominantly to the US, where they benefit from uniform regulation, increased VC funding, and a larger research and investment ecosphere. That's why our network, with the PatLib centers at its core, is more vital than ever. The PatLib network has long been a cornerstone of support for innovators across Europe. Today, it stands stronger than ever and is ready to serve as a powerful multiplier for the European Union's new startup and scale-up strategy and its single market strategy. Together, we will turbocharge innovation across the continent, unlocking the power of new economic actors to improve lives and livelihoods throughout Europe. But PatLib 28 is only the roadmap. It means nothing without action, and it's clear that action is needed. And today, only 6% of PatLib staff have completed technology transfer training. Just 12% of level 3 staff are on the path to holding a technology transfer certification. And several key IT projects are waiting to be realized. So, while the vision is clear, the work is far from being done. That's why I'm calling on each and every one of you here today. Let's work together and let's turn ambition into action and make PatLib 28 promise a reality. Now, make sure that all you embrace the conference here, and this year's program is more hands-on than ever. From, as Haider said at the beginning already, big picture innovation challenges to practical sessions on leveraging IP locally. And of course, don't miss the CodeFest Awards. This is highly recommendable and always a real highlight. And remember too, support is available beyond today for training, events, and local initiatives. And that concludes my speech here today. Thank you very much for listening. And of course, thanks for being here and all your activity, involvement, and engagement. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Christoph. Thank you very much. Please retake your seat. Thank you, Christoph, for that inspiring reflection. The PatLib network truly does play a critical role in furthering the EPO's goals of promoting innovation, sustainability, and inventiveness in Europe. Now let me introduce our next speaker, the President of the Austrian Patent Office, Stefan Harasek. Stefan, please join me on stage. Welcome. Thank you. The floor is yours.
A very good morning also from my side, and thanks to you, Haider, for the very kind introduction, and to the organizers for the invitation. It is really a pleasure for me to be here today at this year's PatLib conference. It's a pleasure because of the interesting, timely, and comprehensive program on the one hand, but on the other hand, it is, of course, for me, as a born Viennese, even more a pleasure as Vienna serves as the conference venue this year. This gives Lisa Reis, founder of the impressively successful Austrian and even Viennese startup All But Sugar, the opportunity to present her vision of healthier sweetness in the keynote right after my speech. On the other hand, also the completely refurbished and award-winning EPO's Vienna office showcases itself in the function it was designed for, as a hub for innovation, information, and collaboration. And at least the on-site participants will get an impression of Vienna as a city. According to rankings, Vienna is the second most livable city in the world. Generally, Vienna is associated with music and its cultural and historic heritage as capital of the former Habsburg Empire, and of course, well known for its Sachertorte. While culture, music, and culinary delights fulfill the enormously important function of bringing people together, there are still further ingredients needed to tackle the challenges of the future. Technical inventions and turning technical inventions into marketed innovations, that's crucial. All societal progress goes hand in hand with technical innovation. And Europe's competitiveness will more and more be determined by its ability to effectively convert research results into commercially successful innovations, alongside a sustainable development of startups into scale-ups and finally well-established and stable companies. In other words, to deliver real impact, as also Christoph already mentioned, we need a comprehensive, strong and reliable innovation network. At the heart of this are intellectual property rights, especially patents, of course. They empower companies not only to protect their ideas, but are also instrumental for shaping cooperation and attracting investment. It's crucial that we continue to demonstrate the opportunities the patent system offers and that we facilitate its active use. Tools recently developed and implemented by the EPO help in this regard. The Deep Tech Finder, connecting deep tech startups with investors, the AI-powered legal interactive platform, providing support for obtaining an overview of regulations and decisions, and the technology intelligence platform for analyzing and visualizing patent data. Just to name some that also will be covered by presentations in the course of this conference. But let me be clear. Tools are helpful and supportive, but AI or not, they will never be able to substitute human interaction. Therefore, we as Patlib centers and IP offices need to continuously improve and adapt our services according to our users' needs, keeping an eye on accessibility, equality, diversity, and inclusivity. Because innovation can come from anywhere and in many different forms. And facing the challenges ahead, we simply can't afford to miss out on good ideas. The future won't wait, and neither should we, when it comes to protecting, supporting, and accelerating innovation across Europe and worldwide. Let's make sure that we do not only have the best ideas, but also bring them to life. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stefan. Please do take your seat. Thank you, Stefan, for that wonderful welcome, and thank you for touching upon some of the sessions that we have coming up for us today, and of course the importance for all of us. Now we're here today because we want to make a tangible difference in Europe's innovation landscape and across the world. Now let me welcome our keynote speaker, and as Stefan said, whose startup is helping to make a sweet difference. It's my pleasure to welcome Lisa Reis, CEO of All But Sugar, which recently won this year's Startup World Cup Austria competition. Lisa, please do join me on the stage. Lisa, thank you for joining us and welcome also from my side. Lisa, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
And can you tell us and our online audience, before we do start, what inspired you to become an entrepreneur?
I think I already noticed it quite early that in my life I want to have an impact with what I do and with the time I spend, and it kept motivating me to see that there are not so many good solutions for big problems that we have in society. And also I think it leverages personal growth. You really go through a hard time, but also fun time, and it makes you stronger personality-wise. So I enjoy that ride.
Thank you, Lisa. That's really inspiring. So please go ahead. I'm really excited to what you have to say. So the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. So I want to begin with something that whatever I'm going to say today is going to be an opinion instead of an advice. What you make out of it is rather if you make it an advice or if it just will be something you've heard one time. I would like to start with saying that I'm standing here today because I chose not to give up. And that's something that matters in today's society. 8 years ago, my life took a turn when one of the people that loved me the most got sick. It was my grandmother. My grandmother comes from a very small village, was baking for her whole life, using sugar every day until she was not allowed to consume it anymore. Her passion has been taken away from her because of one simple ingredient. And I was back then having courses in nutritional science, and I thought, okay, we can do this better. And I tried several solutions on the market, bought them from Asia, Europe, and the US. Nothing worked for several reasons. We completely failed due to the fact that sugar is super complex, as having glucose and fructose putting different opportunities in different products. On one hand, we have taste. We get conditioned as children to the taste of sweetness over years. So it's hard to replicate sweetness power, but what's even harder is to replicate the sweetness curve, what docks onto our sweetness receptors that leads to the dopamine reaction in our brain. Second of all, texture. If you think about the Sachertorte, it's like a very fluffy texture. If it tastes sandy and dry, you would probably not buy it, even though it will still cost $20. And second of all, think about the technical functionality. Think about browning. If a cake is browning, you know, okay, probably I should take it out of the oven. If it's too brown, oh my God, you know, it's burned. If it's not browning at all, you know something's wrong. And that's exactly what happens with sugar alternatives. In 2020, after giving up on it because it was impossible to solve that, my grandma actually passed away. And it was one of the biggest losses I had to deal with in my life. And I thought, she not even reached her 70s. Life is so short. What do we really spend our time with? What do you spend your time with? And I realized in my life, I want to make a difference with something that's close to my heart. And in 2021, I started with Smiling Food, having the vision to make people smile and happy instead of making them sick with food. We started with sugar-free products. And we realized, okay, we have now actually 3 of those products that we want to put into retail so that actually people that suffer from diseases that want to actually reduce sugar intake, that they can buy these products. But then we hit something, and that was retail reality. Because marketing budgets are winning over good products. Why is that? A lot of consumers in our society do not get educated on nutrition. And therefore, our health system, if you look in it, is also kind of messed up. Because on one side, well, we have a lot of good healthcare in Austria and in Europe, but on the other hand, everyone makes money with treating diseases with medication and surgeries instead of really doing and putting money into prevention. Just if you look about sugar, 80% of products that we have in retail have added sugar. 80%. Let that sink in. And I was like, I want to change that. And I had a mentor already early on that told me, Lisa, if you really want to make an impact in the world, you need to have a big vision. You need to have such a big vision that everyone will call you crazy. And I was like, okay, well, I want to make the very best sugar alternative that's healthy, that tastes well, the holy grail. And then I said, okay, well, I have such a good idea and I'm super confident. I have a strong will. I'm going to apply for a public grant. I failed. No one believed in me. I tried a second time. I failed again. No one was giving me money. It was very usually not that hard to get into a very early startup accelerator or incubator. It was hard for me. I said, okay, all good things are free. I tried a third time. I failed again. I got feedback that food will never make it. Food is boring. Who cares about food? It's all about AI and green tech. And why would we care about what we eat every day? I mean, I don't know. Maybe because it makes us sick. And second of all, I heard I'm too pushy. I really had that in a reporting letter saying I was too pushy. Imagine that other guys my age, early 20s, would have heard, you're too pushy, you're too ambitious in Vienna. Well, I heard it, and I was like, what's next? And then I thought, okay, I need to become an expert, or I need to study myself, and I started reading several studies on sweetness perception, on gastroenterology, food technology, food chemistry, that I still don't like, process technology, and I realized I was still no expert. And I came up with even more problems and more questions than ever before, and so I started asking for help. No matter which age you have, you can always ask for help, and there will always be people willing to help you if you have a great cause that you're fighting for. I did that, and right now I have a database of over 200 experts in their fields that I can reach out if I need help and that are willing to provide the support needed to go faster from an idea to a solution and to a product. And I came up, before I did that, with a crazy idea of creating a new molecule. Well, it sounds nice, right? You have a nice new molecule, you work with enzymatic processes, you work with deep biotech. We even had a biotechnologist that we never really needed. We did fermentation and thought about that. It sounded super fancy, but at the end, if I would have tried to put that to market, I would probably have gray hair. And still, I'm an entrepreneur, I will get gray hair probably sooner than most of you. But still, I mean, it was a thing to say, okay, well, if everything's so overregulated and if we don't know how it works in our body, novel food, yeah, it sounds nice to investors, but actually it will never give us a product market fit super fast. So we pivoted, and that's something that most of the startups do. They say, okay, the first idea is usually not the best one, so you gotta know how can you then still reach your goal. And we said, okay, we have to solve the issue of current sugar alternatives because we have so many sugar alternatives already in place, and we know exactly how to function. We have data going back to 30 years already, and we still have not solved the problems of them. And I was like, okay, if we target what we already are legally allowed to use here, where we already know the background data, where we already know how it affects our body, we can really make an impact because we don't have the overregulation that holds us back from bringing innovation to market. And then something crazy happened because I was so stubborn. And after 4 applications in almost 2 years of fighting and not like putting my whole money in, we finally got accepted. Woo! And I was like, okay, now this is going to be it. And that also brings me to one of my major learnings, which is stay resilient. If you have something that's worth fighting for, stay resilient and don't give up. And one of the biggest mindset shifts that I had is every no brings you closer to a yes. There will be tons of no's in your life, but once you have reached the first yes, you know how it feels to succeed, and you will keep going and keep striving for getting these yeses every day, every month. And this is where I'm standing today. We have several awards, we have several prizes, we convince people all over the world that our product is worth either investing, worth taking a few at, worth accelerating. Through Europe, through also the US, I've won the University Startup World Cup in Denmark, leading to an invitation from the Chinese government. I've won the Sweet Swap Sugar Reduction Challenge last year in Singapore against competition from Israel and the US, also from Oxford spin-offs. We've been through several deep tech accelerators, and if I would have not pursued that way of trying 4 times to get into one small incubator that then supported me and gave me the possibility to do that, I would never be standing here today. And that brings me to, a lot of people say motivation is more important than resilience. And I say, no, it's discipline. There will always be things that you don't like to do. Washing your dishes. If you don't wash your dishes, you're not going to eat on a plate. Some people maybe enjoy that, but I don't. And therefore, there's some things that you have to do. And after we did those things and we did our homework, we come to our solution that we have now, which is a platform technology that solves the biggest issues of already existing sugar alternatives. Meaning we can copy the essence of sugar one-to-one with none of the health trade-offs that we currently have with today's solutions. I'm not going to try to make it too complicated, but what we're combining is a process technology that makes things taste sweeter than they actually are without synthetical sweeteners. And we have a gastroenterology approach to change the way we digest polyols, to make the transition time longer, and to also bind more water so you don't have laxative effects, because the tolerance of sugar alcohols is super low. If you eat already a bar of milk chocolate with it, you will sit 3 hours in the toilet, I can guarantee it, and I would not recommend it because I tested it. And second of all, we put prediction modeling on top of that. To really make sure that we mimic what sugar is putting into a matrix. Because, of course, a chocolate is different than a jam. Therefore, these things have to be treated differently. And with the combination of those 3 technologies, we can really mimic sugar one-to-one super precisely, also for industrial scale, bringing us to the USPs of being completely high in fiber, being completely plant-based, having between 40 and 60% less calories, but still enough calories to digest it and to not mess with the brain GADX. We are entirely sugar-free. We don't have an aftertaste, no laxative effects. We seek and have already global approval. We are suitable for diabetic people, and the industry can use us on the existing machinery one-to-one. And now we come to the part, well, this sounds all great, right? But why would nobody else do that? Well, that's how we come to Scary IP, and I say Scary IP because I was scared of it. I was so scared of it that when investors asked me about it, I was thinking, oh my God, when am I going to do that? And then I was like, okay, we got to do it. And we have to come up with a patent strategy. And you have different options. You have an offensive patent strategy, a defense patent strategy, no patent strategy, going for trade secrets. And we were like, okay, where do we start? We have PatLib, we have the EPO. We can look into getting a certain understanding of how do we actually go step by step to file a patent. Then we have a SpaceNet where you can look up for patents and you can try in the jungle to find patents that are close to what you already do. You can already see how a patent is filed, how it's written. And then we have something that was extremely helpful also nowadays, where I'm thankful to have AI, is also that we have tools, for example, Scopely, we use it, is an AI tool that actually helps you in what time have how many patents been filed and what you're currently doing. And also, it goes way faster to use tools like that because they give you greater results that would have otherwise costed us weeks, and it makes research way more efficient. And then you have grants that can support you in actually financing that. And you need a lawyer. And I'm not just saying you need a lawyer because there are a lot of lawyers, but you need an experienced lawyer. You need somebody that has already filed patents in the field where you want to go, and probably they even have industry knowledge with a background. Take someone that has experience and that has patience for startups, because you have no idea of what you're getting yourself into. And you will need support in filing the right main claims and sub-claims, because it's very crucial, especially the main claims, to be clear on that. Then you have your technology ready, and then it's about the business model. Still, we're fighting this. We're going in that now because we did 4 years of product development. But the business model of how you make business is so important, because without execution, the technology will be worth nothing. You need to know who are your clients, and you need to set priority on who you want to work with and when you want to work with them. And now I would like to talk about my main learnings during the past 4 years that have really supported me in getting to where we are right now. One of the most important things is, especially in the attention span that we currently have due to social media and news and online stuff that's flying and calls around our heads, is make focus time. And not only make focus time and blocking your focus for things you don't like to do, but what's even more important is to set focus. Set focus on tasks that you really need to accomplish that day. Your 3 top goals, and without that, you're not leaving the office. Because otherwise, you will start tons of things, you will get distracted all the time, and you will not have output. And third of all, you have to say no to things. There are so many great opportunities that we got from all over the world where we could have worked on amazing projects. But at the end, you're a small team, and you have to save resources, and you have to see what is important. Even though it hurts my heart if I cannot travel to certain countries because I would love to be there. But still, you need to know what is the big cause you're doing this for. And therefore, saying no will allow you to give more time and put more time into what's important. Third is exercise. I know it sounds so simple, do sport, but really do it. I know how it is if you sit really 14, 16 hours a day in the office and you need to get things done, but this only goes along to a certain time. Move your body, because you're usually being in the same position all over the day. And it doesn't matter if you're doing yoga, if you're doing horse riding. I mean, I don't know if I would put golf. Some lawyers like to do that as sport, but you can do it. If it's fun, it's better than sitting, I guess. Do something that makes you fun. Do something with friends. Put some social energy in it, you know? That's amazing. And then also stay off the phone. The phone is one of the biggest distractors that we have today, that's constantly also blowing us up and reducing our attention spans. And at the end, you are watching the life of people being lived without living your own one. Let that sink in. These people make money with your time instead of you putting your time somewhere else that's more meaningful. And then another learning is let go of the wrong people fast. And I had to learn it really the hard way. And I'm not talking only about in a professional way, working with people that are not good for you, that claim to support you, but they steal time, that are too long in giving you advice, and actually the advice is not useful, of friends that maybe always push you down, of partners that are not supporting. Get rid of those people and do it fast, because every minute is worth of having your time put in something that is more meaningful. And this is probably my biggest learning that I've learned over the years, is put discipline over motivation. There will be things that you hate to do. I hate finance. I really hate it. I think it's such a thing that I would love to be automized, or washing dishes. Still have to put the dishwasher on, still have to iron stuff. There are a lot of AI helping you become more productive, but there's no AI helping you in the household. I hate this. And I think some things you need to do. Sometimes the weather is not nice and you have to go outside and it's raining and you probably didn't bring a rain jacket. So what? With discipline, you build routine, and routine makes it easier for you to overcome things that you usually don't like to do. And then this is a saying I heard in Silicon Valley. Never be the smartest person in the room. I remember when I was in the first startup doing prediction modeling, and I had no idea of prediction modeling. And somebody was like, if you work for free for us, you can join us to London in Munich. And I was like, okay. I was 18. I was like, let's do it. I stand at one of the biggest aviation unmanned aircraft exhibitions, and I spoke to people being 3 times my age. And I saw that they don't want to speak to me, but I was like, I have to do this. I have to learn it. I have to learn how this environment is, and I simply have to jump in the cold water to learn things and to get challenged. And I got challenged a lot, and it was usually right, because I didn't have the best perception of what I need to do, of what I need to say. And so I asked for critique. And by doing this, you really grow, even though it's not nice, but on the long run, you will benefit from it. And that also brings me to do what scares you. There's so many things that scare me, and I can tell you, you really need to overcome it. And I'm really talking to everyone today. I'm sure there's one thing that scares you. If it's removing the spider of your kitchen, if it is getting or calling the dentist because you have that one appointment and you know, oh my God, my teeth's hurting since 2 weeks, but you're too afraid to do it. If it's calling a friend for a coffee or writing people back that you haven't replied for 2 weeks, simply do it. It will make a difference. And there's nothing, it will not kill you. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? So really do those things. It will pay off. Also, on a personal note, I failed several times in my life, not only with public runs, but I also failed in jobs. I did jobs because I thought it sounds nice or it will give me experience, and then I realized I was never the best candidate. I failed in relationships because I picked the wrong partners or I had red flags hitting my head, but I didn't realize it until it was too late. I was not always good in friendships because I surrounded myself with people that weren't right for me at that time, and I chose to not give up on them for too long. And that's okay. We all do mistakes, and what's really important is to learn from them, to learn what can we do better. Every day is carpe diem, is the chance to use the day wisely and to make something better out of it. We are always looking at what's behind instead of looking what's ahead and what potential we can reach. And that will bring you to making the right decisions in life. Because we only learn from failure on how to do things right. If we touch the oven and we burn ourselves, we will never touch it again because we learned it. But if we don't have anyone telling us, well, that's why you should get advisors. But also failure is part of our life. Without failure, there's no growth. There's no growth. You will always stick in your comfort zone without realizing what you can reach in your life. But the thing that's important is to fail fast. If it takes you super long to come from one problem to a solution, because you always run trial and errors on the exact same thing without looking in other directions, it will cause you so much time. And you don't have the time because usually in a company you don't have the money to try it out all the time. You have competitors, you have an environment that's super fast happening these days, and therefore make sure you learn fast and you really try out things and then execute it. The best idea is worth nothing without the right execution. So many businesses fail because they have not reached product market fit even though they have a nice product, because they don't know what their customers actually want. Don't create solutions, but solve problems. And now also in terms of execution, what's next for our company, and that's also what I would ask for help today, is we're currently fundraising our pre-seed round in order to bring the product European-wide to market. We are going into sales this year with our plugins, so we don't have one sugar substitute, but we have one that's really dedicated for the hugest use cases, because that's how it works the best way. We're currently starting with chocolate and jam. If you have any companies that are interested in that section, reach out. And we're hiring people, great people in R&D, food technology, and also we're hiring technical sales. So if you know somebody in that sense, then please reach out to me. I would like to say that I think failure in life is completely normal, and we are often too tough on ourselves. I'm often too tough on myself, and I'm also thinking on what have I done previously and what I did wrong, but it doesn't help you. It helps you to look forward. It helps you to come back on what you have and to believe that every one of you has a superpower. And I got once asked, what is your superpower? Because everyone can do something very good, and my superpower is suffering. It sounds stupid, but I'm extremely good in suffering. I don't say that I like it, but I think I'm better than most of the people in it, because otherwise I would not be standing here. At the end, I'm also a human being trying to do my best every day, and if we all do that, I think we can really create a better world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. That was so interesting. And thank you for making our world a little bit sweeter and also healthier.
Trying.
But before you leave the stage,
yeah.
allow me to have one question. What would you tell people who may be a little bit hesitant to start their own business?
Yeah, I would say it's like if you're kind of a hamster that's always running, its rounds. Sometimes you can jump out and simply just try the water. It doesn't hurt. It's not so bad. And you will gain so much more back in return. Even though if you fail, again, it's part of the process. Even though the first idea doesn't make it, that doesn't mean that the second one, third one isn't making it. Serial entrepreneurs are people that chose to not give up and that realized that early enough. And I've learned that from serial entrepreneurs. I wouldn't call myself one. But I think it's okay to make those mistakes and to simply, keep going and be persistent, be resilient, and find really great mentors. Find people that have already done what you try to do. Talk to startups that fail. Talk to businesses that failed what you're trying to do. Ask for the why. You don't have to make every mistake by your own, but really look for people that give you advice on how to prevent that. And simply do it. You have one life. don't wait for it.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Lisa. Thank you. Please retake your seat. Thank you. Now, let's continue with our first round table, which looks at the future of innovation in Europe, the progress made by the single market so far, and the proposed fifth freedom, which is the movement of knowledge and innovation. Just a small reminder, there will be a Q&A session afterwards, so please be sure to use the opportunity to ask your questions. We will now meet Jan Minier. Jan is our chief economist. Jan, please do join us on the stage. And he will be joined by his panelists. Please do join us, Federica Baldan, Peter Thompson, and Michael Fröhlich. Thank you, and Jan, over to you.
Thank you, Haider, and good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to chair this first panel on the topic of the single market patents, the unitary patent. And it's an honor to have together with me Peter Thompson, who is the president of the European Patent Institute. And in that capacity, he represents the EPI as observer at the European Patent Office Administrative Council, the UPC Administrative Committee. But he is also a highly experienced IP professional, patent attorney, European and Swiss patent attorney, with a strong experience in particular of the healthcare industry, including on regulatory issues at the European level. And so with this experience from the industry, from the field, and from IP professionals, that's an extremely valuable perspective on the topic of today. Online, let me also welcome Federica Baldan, from the European Commission. Federica is a legal and policy officer at the Directorate General for Research and Innovation at the European Commission, and she's one of the authors behind the new European Union strategy for startups and scale-ups, and she will be able today to report to us, to share with us the philosophy and the approach proposed in this strategy. And last but not least, let me introduce Michael Fröhlich from the European Patent Office. Michael is the Director of Patent Development and the IP Lab. He's one of our best legal experts of the unitary patent, of course, but more generally of the European patent system. And he too has an experience from the industry. Before joining the office, he has a long experience as a legal expert in the telecom industry and standardization at Etsy, but also at Nokia or BlackBerry, for instance. So the topic of today is quite broad, and actually it has broadened over time. So we started with the anniversary of the unitary patent. So we are celebrating the 2 years of the unitary patent. And this, of course, has a strong relevance for the single market, and this was emphasized a little less than 1 year ago by the publication of the Draghi report. So we know we have a problem of single market in Europe, of achieving the single market, in particular in the domain of innovation. So it makes a lot of sense to look back to celebrate this anniversary of the unitary patent with a perspective on the single market for innovation. And this is even more relevant today because recently, a few weeks ago, the Commission published this strategy for startups and scale-ups, which really takes the broad perspective and lays a lot of emphasis of knowledge transfer, highly relevant for today's audience, and patent and IP. And so this is what we would like to discuss today. It's quite broad, and we have decided to organize the panel as follows. Federica will start with a presentation of the European strategy. And then we have the possibility with Peter to discuss that strategy from the perspective of the IP professionals. And we will then turn more specifically to the topic of the unitary patent with Michael, and again with Peter's comment. Besides the panel, I think that we have a fantastic audience to discuss this topic. We have a lot of professionals of knowledge transfers and IP, so we really need to take the time to also invite questions from the audience. So please don't be shy. You are very welcome to participate in the conversation. And so thank you all again for joining. And Federica, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jan, for your introduction. It's a real honor for me to be here today to provide an overview of our knowledge valorization policies and then to delve into more details in the startup and scale-up strategy, which has several aspects relevant to knowledge valorization, technology transfer, and to university ecosystem. So our work on knowledge valorization started in 2019 when our unit was created, and the EU needed a more strategic approach to accelerate the uptake of research and innovation, research and data. We all recognize the crucial role of R&I investment in tackling and solving global challenges. However, it's not just a matter of producing excellent research. It's also a matter of how research results are used and have an impact in our lives. And this is really the core of knowledge valorization, transforming our intellectual assets into sustainable products and solutions that produce value both for the economy and the society. So the EU is proactively working in the field of knowledge valorization and in particular on technology and knowledge transfer and intellectual property management for several decades. There was guidance already provided in 2008 which addressed universities, public research organizations, and dealt only with one channel of knowledge valorization, which is intellectual property management. However, in the decades, the landscape considerably evolved in terms of actors and challenges involved. And as you can see from this image, universities transferring knowledge to companies still represent a key actor in this landscape. However, there are also other important actors that interact and interface each other in order to produce value. We have private investors, we have public authorities, we have citizens, we have a very key role of intermediaries, including technology transfer offices, in bridging the gap between academia and the market. And of course, spin-offs and startups are also key for the valorization of R&I results because they provide an entrepreneurial route for students and for researchers to commercialize the knowledge which has been produced through the help of publicly funded research. This landscape both carries opportunities and challenges. I will mention a few of them. One is that knowledge valorization, of course, focuses on IP management and in the legally protected assets, the registered assets such as patents, trademarks, copyright, provide a key tool in transferring the knowledge. However, we have to look also at the vast array of other assets such as know-how, prototypes, data, and include them in our IP management policies and knowledge valorization policies. And this is what the EU has tried to do in the past years. Another challenge, which is an opportunity, involves the new ways of collaboration, which are entailed in open innovation, as well as the interface between open science and intellectual property protection. And finally, we have to consider that we live in a constantly evolving geopolitical landscape where we have to take into account research and economic security concerns when we transfer and when we manage our intellectual property assets. So for this reason, the Council has provided updated guidance with respect to what was existing in 2008 in the form of guiding principles for knowledge valorization adopted in 2022 that address governments, address the Commission, and provide a common policy line for knowledge valorization. More practical guidance was also needed, and that's why the Commission adopted the Codes of Practice. In particular, the Code of Practice on the Management of Intellectual Assets was adopted in 2023 and provides concrete guidance to all the R&I actors, from innovators to researchers to companies and universities, concerning all the path from the knowledge creation to the moment this knowledge is brought to the market. So moving now to the political context and the link with the startup and scale-up strategy. So as you may know, the Commission really put at the heart of our economy R&I, research and innovation. And this aspect is also supported by the recommendations of two important reports which were published last year and deal with our competitiveness, the Letta report and the Draghi report. In particular, the Draghi report highlights the role of patents and patenting in the R&I ecosystem. And in this respect, the unitary patent provides a key tool, a very strategic tool by enhancing legal coherence, facilitating procedures, lowering costs, and also through a highly specialized and centralized court, making more efficient enforcement. However, what Draghi also highlights is that we need to pay attention to the use of these patents. And in this perspective, the report highlights issues concerning fragmented IP management policies, a lack of resources and skills for TTOs, as well as a weak interaction between academia and industry. All these aspects are also included in the Communication for the Competitiveness Compass, which was adopted by the Commission in January, and has a chapter on closing the innovation gap, which also has a strong focus on the role of startups and scale-ups. Yes, because startups and scale-ups are really at the core of our policies at the moment. This is also shown by the fact that our commissioner is the first commissioner for startups, research and innovation. And in her mandate, it was clear that improving the conditions and the framework for startups and scale-ups in the R&I ecosystem was one of the priorities. Indeed, startups, including our spin-offs, scale-ups, are really at the core of our competitiveness and ultimately our prosperity, and they play a vital role in strengthening our position in the global market. Let me give you an example. Since 2007, EU-funded startups developing cutting-edge technologies have raised over 70 billion in venture capital and generated over 500 billion in enterprise value. There have been a series of EU and national policies and initiatives to support the role of startups and scale-ups in the ecosystem. We can think about the European Innovation Council, which was created in 2018 and now became the biggest deep tech venture capital in the EU. And at the member states level, we can think about the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which gave the possibility to ease administrative burdens for our startups, for instance, by creating a more favorable tax framework for new businesses. And we have seen actually the positive effects of all these policies and all these initiatives because employment in the European tech startups has grown at a remarkable pace. And Europe is now home to over 35,000 early stage companies with additional 3,400 tech companies in the growth stage. However, starting up and scaling up in Europe still remains challenging. The market remains fragmented, there are regional imbalances, and the EU efforts to translate research into marketable products and scale businesses are hindered by an incomplete single market. As you can see from this image, European startups and scale-ups encounter the so-called double valley of death. The first occurs when innovations fail to become marketable products, while the second one, which is particularly challenging in Europe, happens when companies struggle to scale. And as a result, and we heard it already, between 2008 and 2021, nearly 30% of European unicorns relocated outside of the EU, and only 8% of the global scale-ups are based in Europe. Therefore, we really risk to fall behind in terms of strategic technologies. So the work to develop this strategy has been developed through a task force, and I am part of this task force. In a short period of time, we built our collective knowledge with our own expertise, but we also interacted a lot with stakeholders. We had a call for evidence which attracted almost 600 replies. We received a lot of position papers. We interacted regularly with the European Innovation Council Forum and with the owners of bigger companies, smaller companies, universities, in order to identify the main challenges for startups and scale-ups. And you can see them represented here. We have regulatory and bureaucratic burdens. We have issues in accessing finance, in particular venture capital, which is particularly challenging and marks a difference with what happens in the US. There are issues in accessing market with also a low or not enough strong link with the corporates. Moreover, our startups have issues in accessing talent, in particular the spin-off and accessing the highly skilled professionals that they need. There are issues also related to access to infrastructures, networks, and services. But focusing now on what are the main issues for the intellectual assets management and for intellectual property, you can see them here represented. The first challenge relates to the commercialization of results and academic inventions. This has been supported by European Patent Office reports, and what we can see is that actually European universities are doing quite well, because 10% of the patents which are filed with the EPO, they come from these universities. However, only 1/3 of these patents are commercially exploited. Another challenge relates to the lack of resources and skills for our knowledge and technology transfer offices with the big regional imbalances. Moreover, there is a fragmented university support for startup creation. There are limited financial and non-financial incentives both for staff and researchers which are involved in commercializing the research created in the universities, and hurdles also for spin-offs and startups to access IP and knowledge, with the paradox situation that although a researcher might have solely or jointly contributed to the development of an invention, in most EU countries, universities have the right to own and manage university inventions. So the potential spin-off founder needs to access these patents and sometimes to engage in lengthy and burdensome negotiation processes. And finally, we know that intellectual property, intellectual assets may represent even 100% of the value of an early stage startup or a spin-off. However, in the current framework, using IP as a collateral or a security is not that easy. So in order to tackle the various challenges, the strategy proposes 26 very impactful actions, and they relate to all the different aspects that I mentioned before. So regulatory framework, access to talent, access to markets, and so on. But here, I would like to highlight some of these actions that are actually beneficial from the perspective of knowledge valorization and intellectual property management. One of the issues that we heard of when interacting with the stakeholders is the difficulty to negotiate licenses because of the burdensome and lengthy process which involves universities, innovators, researchers, and spin-offs. Therefore, the EU will provide a blueprint for licensing with specific provisions on royalty revenue sharing. Moreover, we will continue providing support for our technology transfer offices, and we will also support the creation of venture builder roles in research performing organizations. Another perceived difficulty was that universities find the current stated rules hindering and slowing the negotiations for IP licensing and commercialization, and therefore we will provide also more guidance on those stated rules. And finally, we also will develop a framework for IP evaluation for IP-backed financing to make it easier to use IP as a collateral or a security. And finally, I wanted to thank you for your attention, but I also wanted to conclude by highlighting how great it is to see that our efforts to ensure that the knowledge finds its way from academia and the labs to the economy and society go towards the same direction. And the PatLib support and expertise to the R&I ecosystem, including the startups, the spin-offs, universities, researchers, and all the various tools at the European Patent Office, such as the Deep Tech Finder, are greatly contributing to boost valorization of knowledge throughout Europe. So thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to the discussion on one of the key tools for knowledge valorization, which is the unitary patent.
Thank you very much, Federica. So that was a very interesting and I think comprehensive presentations, which is very useful actually to see that this new strategy takes place in actually is part of an even broader strategic approach at the level of the entire Commission, in fact. So there's a lot to discuss and unpack there. I would like to focus for the next steps on the IP part and to turn to Peter in that respect. So here as well, there's a lot, but I noticed in particular the emphasis on guidelines and so heterogeneity of practices at the institutional level, at the level of the university, for instance, an importance of guidance and capacity building to harmonize these approaches. And I think this is an important topic. This is also what we see in our research, but it's very difficult to grasp or capture from the side of the EPO, for instance. And I would be very curious about your opinion about that, Peter, and both in terms of the issue or the landscape today and what can be done, how the strategy of the Commission can help.
Yeah, thank you, Jan, for this introduction, and also thank you for being invited, for being able to speak at this really broad audience, mainly from the university startup area. Before I think we can focus really on IP, I would just like to spend a few sentences also on the big picture, because we have to remind ourselves, what are we looking at? Okay, we want innovation. We need innovation to resolve the problems of our times. Therefore, we need inventions. Where are the inventions happening? Where are they coming from? Well, I mean, inventions are happening everywhere, I would say, territorial. But where are they really happening? They're happening in the brains of the inventors. That's where they are starting to come into existence. But then, from the brains, they need to go into the lab to test them, to perfect them. And then you may have something which is an invention, but it's not yet innovation, because still we need this impact to a marketable product. So there needs to be development. And before you have a marketed product, and then you need to have the possibility to have access for the public, for as many as possible people to those innovations. And only then we are reaching our goal. If this is what we all want, and I think this is what our societies really want, we have to consider how to make it possible, how to make the environment be favorable for this process to happen. And that's what we are looking at today. And that's also what the EU strategy is looking at. I think Europe has really, as already was mentioned, has really a good university framework. And a lot of inventions, a lot of innovation capacity is happening in the universities. But it's not reaching the final market often. So we need to have to consider how to change our system to make that better happening. And then on the changes, we have to think about three different aspects. First one is changing practices. That is relatively easy. You can just say, okay, I will do it differently tomorrow or next month or next year. And then it may be better, leading to a better result. But then you also have some challenges from the legal or economic environment. Therefore, you need to look at the rules, at the legislation. Maybe we need to change some legislation, some rules. That's already more difficult and needs more efforts, more time, more thinking. And then the third one is change in the mindset, in the culture. And that's the most difficult one. For instance, if I give you one example, the typical scientist, the typical professor in a university, the mindset is often directed to, I need to publish my research as quickly as possible. I need to collaborate with the whole world, ideally, without thinking on secrecy provisions, on protecting it by intellectual property rights. There we are already at one of our core issues or problems. If you realize that problem, it's almost always too late because of our legal environment. We work in our legal environment where we have a fast-to-file system, where those people, those inventors who file first also get the protection finally. So that is something I would like to keep in mind. Now, one sentence about the European Patent Institute, where I'm the president of. The European Patent Institute is the professional organization, as many of you may know, of all European patent attorneys. Patent attorneys are engineers or scientists who have this additional qualification and specifically directed to patent law, and who help inventors to get the best protection, but who also help to make sure that startup companies have freedom to operate. So those are the two most fundamental functions patent attorneys are helping. And I would like to correct one slide Lisa Rice has given here. She said you need a lawyer. Well, you may need a lawyer for certain contracts, for contractual work. But what she meant was really you need a patent attorney who advises you through this very complex legal environment we have today here. And the unitary patent we will talk about adds another option, which is good because you have more options, but you also need to know how to best use the option, and therefore you need some advice. And that's where the patent attorneys come in. And now this is also one aspect for universities, for technology transfer officers, of course. They also should have patent expert knowledge there, either inside as employing patent attorneys or qualifying their technology officers also in patent law, or having external patent attorneys helping them to make at the right time the right decisions, to use the resources in an optimal way. So what are the challenges? I mean, I think the communication from the Commission regarding the startup and scale-up strategy is, in my view, at least for a long time, a first attempt to have a holistic view on how to improve this invention process. And that is so important. I mean, also, we are talking here about patents. I know, Jan, you want to focus on IP, but this is only one element of it, of the innovation. You need more in order to have this happen. You need also money. But now we have recently understood, well, maybe the patents can help to get some money also into the innovation process. So that's an assisting function of the patent system. And then I would like to address your, whenever you think about protection, you have an invention there from a university, and you think of how to protect this. Patent is only one possibility. There are also other possibilities. Often patents is the best possibility, but you have to think about it. Trade secrets is another possibility. Well, in the academic environment, rather difficult to tell the professors, no, you need to keep certain things secret. That's easier in a corporate environment. But that brings me to some shortcomings. I mean, in the present landscape, there are so many funds, so many programs around Europe at the EU level, but also at national level. And it's very difficult for entrepreneurs, for inventors, and there Lisa Rice was absolutely correct. I mean, for her, she has to find her way through all those, I would almost call it forest of possibilities, to find her way through that. And that is something we really could expect to have tools or to have mechanisms to make it easier for those people who could benefit from funding or from subsidies or programs to have a better guidance for that. And even patent attorneys, I would say, should learn in the future to help their inventors into that direction. So, but I see it's a really good start. There is a lot of work to do, and the program is ambitious, I think, for the next years, as the EU has proposed it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter. So I note so that a lot of interesting things, but the importance of aligning the rules, but also the culture and the practices on top of it. It seems to me that this is a direction that to which the proposals of the Commission point. Also capacity building, including in particular when it comes to patent attorneys. This is also there is a placeholder for that in the capacity building for TTO. So there are a lot of interesting directions highlighted by this strategy. So coming back to your comment on the aligning the rules, changing the rules, and then changing the culture, the practice. I think with we already can count on well, the rules have been changed with the unitary patent, and that's a very important step in terms of simplification and scaling. And so we do not have a lot of time to cover everything about the unitary patent, but it's important to take stock of where we are and try and sketch some perspectives for the future and how it might converge, support the EU strategy. And for that, Michael, can you please give us an update or your view of where we stand today when it comes to the unitary patent?
Yes, of course. Thanks very much, Jan. Pleasure to be here with you. I think what's interesting is that we just heard about the vital role that patents can play in helping, in particular, small entities to bring new technologies to market, because patents enable businesses to reap the rewards of their inventiveness and investment, and thereby create an incentive for further investment and innovation. And I think we can count ourselves quite fortunate to have relied on the highly successful European patent system over the past few decades. Indeed, since the 70s, European Patent Office has provided a centralized process for granting patents across Europe. And the system has catalyzed really an inclusive and innovation-led economy and boosted Europe's competitiveness. But despite the many benefits of the European patent system and the ever-growing coverage, we have indeed long recognized the need to strengthen Europeans' patent protection and to complete its architecture in order to really unlock the vast potential. And we heard from Federica already about Mario Draghi's report from last year that clearly showed that market fragmentation, regulatory barriers, and insufficient investment in research and innovation have hindered Europe's ability to keep pace with global competition and capitalize fully on strategic technologies. But Draghi did not just identify problems, as we heard from Federica, he also suggested solutions, and chief among these is the unitary patent system. Because together with the Unified Patent Court, the unitary patent completes the European patent system and is a vital component for a unified market. It really stimulates R&D in Europe and offers many advantages, particularly to entities with limited resources, such as SMEs and startups and universities, on which the future of the European economy largely depends. So with the introduction of the unitary patent system, innovators can now benefit from a uniform, broad territorial protection in a quite simplified manner, while enjoying significant reductions in bureaucracy and costs. The centralized pre-grant procedure that we know from the European patents since the 70s is now supplemented by a centralized post-grant procedure. So rather than validating the European patent individually in several states, which is quite cumbersome and costly, patent owners can now file a single request with the EPO to obtain unitary patent protection in 80 member states at once, and hopefully soon in all EU member states. And in the past, we know that many small entities that use patents tended to rely on national rights or validate the European patent in only a few countries. And consequently, their innovations and inventions were often not effectively protected in Europe or only in a few countries. The unitary patent system now removes these obstacles that the entity faced when entering the EU market, enabling them to really compete more effectively with their rivals. So SMEs and startups that have registered the unitary patent can, as a consequence, decide much more easily whether and when to scale up and enter new markets, depending really on the success of their products or new business opportunities in other EU markets. The unitary patent also provides research institutions with comprehensive protection for promising inventions at an early stage, and that facilitates cross-border partnerships and also technology transfers as the technology matures. And protection in the broader market obviously also sends a strong signal to venture capitalists looking to invest in startups, and addressing precisely the point that Federica mentioned before, access to finance, because the broader market protection increases the potential for profits, and importantly, the ability to enforce a patent centrally through the Unified Patent Court makes it much, much easier to estimate the chances of success of any enforcement action. And this, in turn, increases preparedness to invest capital. So overall, the introduction of the unitary patent system makes Europe a more attractive location for innovation and finalizes or is a major step to the creation of a fully fledged single European market for technology. And I'm therefore also extremely pleased to report that the unitary patent since its start 2 years ago is a resounding success. So after just 2 years of operation, 60,000 unitary patents have already been registered. And this equates to approximately 1 in 3 European patents being converted into a unitary patent. And almost 2/3 of all unitary patents come from European patent proprietors. Now, we are, of course, still in the early days of the new system, so we should consider the data carefully, but we're also beginning to see how popular the unitary patent is, in particular with smaller applicants, because nearly 40% of all unitary patents are requested by SMEs, universities, and research institutions. So for context, SMEs account for only 25% of European patent applications. So you see there is a huge interest in unitary patent. Furthermore, these smaller entities have a conversion rate which is twice the average, with 60% of the granted European patents being converted into unitary patents. And this is really significant because it is precisely these kinds of smaller entities and businesses that are often behind market disrupting inventions, and they need the extra boost to scale up their business at the European level that the unitary patent provides. And we're so happy to see that these entities embrace the new system quite well. Let me maybe also take this opportunity to debunk a widespread myth that you hear quite frequently, that the unitary patent would only be attractive if you validate your European patent in at least 4 or more countries. Obviously, patentees compare the renewal fees for a unitary patent with those they pay for a classical European patent that is validated in several countries. But such a comparison is obviously flawed and incomplete because any cost comparison must take into account the total costs. And this means not just the renewal fees, but also the costs associated with validating and maintaining a classical European patent. And these costs can be substantial. They usually include translation costs for validation, publication fees, as well as fees charged by attorneys or service providers for validation and the payment of the national renewal fees to national office. So on this basis, a unitary patent in comparison is much, much cheaper than a European patent validated and maintained in 4 of the 25 European member states participating in the system. And incidentally, 4 being the average number of countries in which European patents are validated. But the cost comparison is even more favorable if the savings resulting from the simplified administrative burden are also taken into account, because indeed, patent holders of a validated European patent have to pay different renewal fees and different currencies to different national patent offices with different legal requirements, whereas as a holder of a unitary patent, you pay a single renewal fee in a single currency and a single legal system. So I think it's clear why the Draghi report recommends that all 27 EU member states join the unitary patent system. This would expand the market for unitary patents from more than 300 million consumers currently in the 18 states to more than 450 million. Or, let me put it differently, we heard from Federica that the idea of a common EU legal framework for startups is taking shape with the EU's startup and scale-up strategy alongside the single market strategy. And the message seems to be clear. To unlock the full potential of the EU's 450 million consumer market, we need systems that work together. And the same is true for the unitary patent. When all 27 member states join, we'll be really closer to achieving a single market that can then grow to meet all the demand and help scale up our small businesses.
Thank you, Michel.
Thanks, Jan. I'm handing it back to you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. So we have little time left, but I think it's important to if it's possible, to have a last round of comments of reactions from Peter and Federica on that presentation by Michel. And If you can reply shortly, and not easy, but Peter, in short, do you agree?
Yes, but I think Michael has really pronounced indeed the big advantages of unitary protection. But one should also say there are some disadvantages of the unitary protection. And you should be aware of that when you make your well-informed decision. Economically, if you are interested in a broader territory of protection, you are good and very cheap relatively with a unitary patent, but you have less flexibility. What is happening in many industries is you validate your classical European patents in 10, 15 countries. And then when the maintenance fees go up after year 10, 12, it really becomes important you cut back. Depending on the importance of the protected invention, you cut back your country scope maybe only to 3 countries, which are still enough to protect the general market. You can't do this anymore with a unitary patent. It's all or nothing. And that is one disadvantage of the unitary patent you should be aware. Also for universities, if you plan to transfer the right for different territories to different parties, it's not possible with a unitary patent. It's one title. You can only transfer it as one title. You may give licenses to different parties, but not to sell it or to transfer it. If you want to do that, you need to go the classical route by a bundle patent or national patents, which is also, but it's more expensive. So that I limit myself to those 2.
And more specifically for universities and startups?
I think the cost, the advantage and the easiness of administration will often outweigh the disadvantages. But it depends also on the technology area, of course. I mean, automotive industry is used to just protect in very few countries. For them, it's at the moment the appetite is rather low for the unitary patent. And if you want to out-license to them, they will also live with other solutions. The broader your country scope is, the easier it is to have a unitary patent. And I think we have seen now the UPC, the Unified Patent Court, has shown during the last 2 years to be really a high quality jurisdiction. So the fears of many patentees, also many potential buyers of patents from universities, that the UPC, you want to avoid the UPC jurisdiction, should or is gone away.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to
if I can just react.
I would like to give the last word.
Quickly react, Jan. Oh, okay, very good.
I would like to give the last word to Federica. I'm sorry, Michael, but we are out of time already, and I would like to offer you, Federica, to react more to anything or that you may want, or otherwise to specifically on the unitary patent and how it articulates with your strategy.
So I'll try quickly to do both. So more generally, I think working on streamlining or making more coherent our IP management policies, which are different throughout different countries, as well as within different universities. I think that's one step forward for a more efficient single market, also for researchers, for universities, for the spin-offs. Continuing working on the TTO support, as mentioned, that is part of the strategy, and we have also actions in that sense from our EU-funded projects. The European Research Area Agenda, the new one adopted for 25-27, is also an action to further support the capacities of intermediaries, including TTOs, and also working on the culture that was mentioned before, because for some universities, commercialization is really well included in their policies, and it's made a priority. For others, is not. And finally, a small comment on the unitary patent. I think for the moment, the beauty of the system is that it provides flexibility, because indeed, as it was mentioned, it's a matter of having different strategy. It's a matter of the sector. It's a matter of the type of invention. And it might be very useful to have unitary patent for a big company, also for a university that doesn't know in the moment that patents, who is going to be the licensee and what is the market for a product. For for a smaller company that has a product that is strictly or very closely linked to a particular invention, maybe this small company doesn't want to put all the eggs in a basket and risk, the market potential if there is a potential litigation. So I think the current system provides this flexibility that is beneficial for the different players, and it would be key, however, that the unitary patent is made as effective as possible by all member states joining it. And this is one message that comes across towards several communications at the EU level.
Thank you. I think that's a good conclusive word. So thank you all. I think I need to stop. There would be a lot to discuss on this topic. It's very broad. That's the main takeaway for me for today. So this conversation must continue in Europe more generally. Thank you all to all the panelists for your contribution. Thank you to the audience. I'm sorry for not having the time to opening the floor. My bad. And looking forward to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jan. It's clear how interesting the discussion was. So please do retake your seats. So far, we focused on Europe, as the PatLib network is obviously a European cooperation network. However, the PatLib network has a global impact. And to discuss this, I welcome Enrico Luzzatto to the stage with his panel. And Enrico is from the PatLib team here at the European Patent Office, and he will be discussing the global impact of the PatLib network. So don't forget to ask your questions this time. And Enrico, I hand over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Haida. And well, I didn't say anything. I didn't deserve this applause, but they deserve it because they took the time to be with us here. And you will see it's really worth it. So first of all, good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure and my honor to welcome you here to this second panel discussion of the day of this PatLib 2025 conference. My name is Enrico Luzzatto, and I have the pleasure, again, and the honor to be moderating this session. Before I introduce our esteemed speakers, I'd like to say a few words, perhaps summarizing what we've already heard, and just address 3 simple questions which mankind have been asking since many, many years, since the inception of mankind, I would say. Why are we here? Where do we go from here? Where do we come from? I see worried faces. I won't talk about the meaning of life. Perhaps at a coffee break, that's great. But just to summarize, why are we here? Well, you heard why are we here at the conference, and the first speeches and the panel clarified why. We are here to listen, to connect, to learn. We heard very interesting things. Specifically, in this session, we are here to explore how local patent and IP information centers can and already have a global impact. And we heard from the complexity of the topics, the previous panel, how important it is for these centers to have a global vision. Where do we come from? Well, you heard our Vice President tell you briefly about Porto. I can tell you that the PatLib network was started over 30 years ago by the EPO and the national IP offices. In those days, it was a constellation of loosely connected local IP centers, coordinated at national level by the IP office. In 2019, as Mr. Ernst said, there was this major turning point in the PatLib network, the Porto conference. The EPO organized this major conference, which started a revamping process of the network, which eventually led to the PatLib 2.0 project, which was part of the EPO Strategic Plan 2023. And what was the aim of this project? Many aims, but in a few words, it was strengthening the PatLib network, providing the PatLib network with more resources, more support to play a key role in the innovation landscape of Europe, and with a specific focus on an area we just heard being essential to support innovation in Europe, which is IP valorization, knowledge transfer, technology transfer. And so this really is, and I was really happy to hear it, so fundamental to Europe. And I think as PathLib Network, you can all be proud of being part of this. And we as EPO are very happy to support you in this. Talking about the global outreach, one of the most important offshoots of the PathLib 2.0 project was the PathLib Knowledge Transfer to Africa initiative. You'll hear more about it. Mr. Ernst already mentioned it. You'll hear more about it in the upcoming panel discussion moderated by my colleague Lisa McDonald-Meyer. And last question, but certainly not for importance, where are we going? Well, I'll be brief because Mr. Ernst already clearly said it. The EPO will continue more than ever supporting PathLibs in your path towards playing a more important, even more important, stronger role, impactful role in the innovation of landscape of Europe. And on these words, I think you've heard more than enough from me. I see many people yawning. No, not true, but I'm sure you're yawning innerly. And I'll move forward to my esteemed panelists. I'll start introducing them to you. Robert Pocklington Vicente is an intellectual property consultant and advisor at the Latin America IP SME Help Desk. He focuses on coordination, matchmaking. Essentially, he builds bridges between contributes building bridges, you're not the only one, between Latin America and Europe. And he's closely cooperating and working with the Spanish PathLib based in Alicante, recently joined the PathLib network, and it's hosted in the University of Alicante. Andrew Tchaikovsky is a director at the WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization. He joined WIPO in 2007, and he's director of the Technology and Innovation Support Division, responsible for establishing the Technological and Innovation Support Centers, TISCs, which are very similar in their mode of action, the structure with PathLibs. Prior to joining WIPO, and here we see how IP World is connected, Andrew has been for 20 years our colleague at the EPO. And holding different positions from patent examiner to international project manager. Sofia Varinho leads the unit for industrial property promotion, which is the PathLib hosted in the University of Algarve in Portugal, and where she is also a guest faculty member. And she also served as manager for business development and licensing at the Carnegie Mellon University, which, correct me if I'm wrong, is in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. My mother's hometown, sorry. You didn't need to know that, but that's why I mentioned it. Therefore, I've already spoken long enough, and it's my pleasure to give the floor to Robert, and let's get it started. Robert, over to you.
Thank you very much, Enrico, and thank you very much to the European Patent Office for the invitation. I'm always very glad to be at the EPO, trying to represent our services at the European Commission and also the PathLib in Alicante. So this is the one. We have a very, very nice campus in the University of Alicante. Last year, we entered the PathLib scheme, and I mean, it's a very we just started. We are just a baby in the system, but I think we are working very well. I'm not working daily with them, but I can tell you the numbers, which I think some of you might appreciate a little bit. As you can see, the patents that they filed and the extensions, 2013 company meetings that they're having. The most important thing for me are spin-offs created. I always tell them that the fact that they are creating spin-offs at the university, it's something that they need to still go further and to probably try to get more patents, because as Peter Thompson was saying before, it's very important that all these researchers are always going in favor of publishing instead of going for protection. So the constant struggle that they have with researchers when you have a new project, maybe the European Commission can also join with some funds, etc. When it comes to protection, they really don't think about it. They think, I want to publish this. I want to keep going with my other stuff. But I mean, the universities are sometimes in this struggle. They need to fight with them in order to, I mean, as you can see, 20 patents, 13 extensions. I suspect that it was in the beginning a struggle with them, but then once you help them understand the whole system, now the unitary patent system, I think it's an opportunity for everyone to have a new layer, a new strategy, you know, I would say, for them. Some of these spin-offs or researchers are benefiting already of at least having the opportunity to use it. And I mean, I will not go extensively with the PatLib Alicante because I would like probably my colleagues to develop further. Probably Sofia will take care of that. I would like to discuss more about what I do. I'm working at the European Commission IP Help Desk, which is 6 intellectual property services which are internationally. We have one for Europe. We have other 3 are in Asia, with the Southeast Asia IP Help Desk, and China and India. I am more into the Latin America IPSME Help Desk and India. Those are the ones I'm working daily. These services are for free, and they are actually for European Union small and medium enterprises or the single market program. You will see later on the beneficiaries, who they are. But this is more or less the map, the world map that we cover right now with all the 6 help desks. As I said, the beneficiaries are the SMEs. What they can do is they can contact us, book a meeting, they can call us, send us an email any way they want to do it. And we offer our services, which are first line. They are, for me, are very important because we are a way of linking those people who have their ideas, they are developing a startup. We try to link them into the IP world. We try to bring them the magic of the IP scheme, because sometimes they are not knowledgeable. No, we need to raise their awareness. We need them to know how the system works. And honestly, it's I will in the next slide I will develop that further. But I mean, it's a struggle also for us. It's not only for the researchers and inventors that go to university, but it's also for the startups and companies. They have actually no idea sometimes of the whole patent system, even though they have a patent. That's how it is. We also try to work with stakeholders and multipliers. And the European IP Help Desk is also focused on projects. So they try to give advice also regarding intellectual property in the case the researchers or universities, they have any question regarding the IP in the projects because of the results that they need to get to. The services that we offer, as I said, a helpline, which is for free. It's first line, so we do not fight with lawyers. Lawyers come afterwards. We try to prepare them beforehand to know what the IP assets might be that they have in the company. We try to give them advice with trademark. We tell them about the situation in the different regions, because, for instance, Latin America, it's a very tricky region because its countries different legislations, different barriers. The language is also a problem for them. And also the services are offered in 5 languages. And as I said, they can book a meeting with us at any moment. We also offer nearly 100 training or events during the year. Only the Latin America IPSME Help Desk, with the raising awareness events that we do, the trainings that we carry out as webinars or physically. For publications, my estimation was that we have already, in 10 years of the Help Desk, of the Latin America Help Desk, we've published nearly 300 documents already about IP and Latin America, specific documents. And the IP Ambassador Scheme, this means that we have 40 people actually locally in the different parts of the European Union, helping them in their local language, raising their awareness in IP, especially, but the IP Ambassadors are more for the European IP Help Desk, for them to understand the European scheme. We have worked with the EPO, with trainings, and the EIC already. This is the kind of questions that sometimes come to us. They would like to know about the trademark availability. They would like to know whether their IPRs that they own are weak. Sometimes they are. And yeah, essentially it's to understand the potential risks that they have when they internationalize. It's a tricky issue. I would like to finalize with this case study recently. We had an SME from Portugal. They had an utility model registered nationally. They waited 2 years. I don't know why, but they realized that they could no longer do anything else, and they reached to us for guidance, because they had no idea that the 1 year that they had afterwards in order to ask for the PCT system or to actually go to other countries to register the model working as a patent system. It's important, so we have to give them the IP glasses, we have to meet with them, we have to give them the full information about everything. Then they come to us and they say, okay, but then I want to register everything now, everything all at once, like the movie. I'm like, how much money do you have? And they were like, well, 1,000 euros right now, we are looking for investment. Okay, let's hold your horses. Let's first of all put in place an IP strategy. Let's see what the future holds. What are you developing right now? They were dealing with artificial intelligence for monitoring the heart. And what we recommended, because of the money you have, let's start with a rebrand, because your trademark, it's very descriptive. And for the real world, if you want to internationalize, this might be a problem. That's all I want to say. I don't want to overstep the minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Robert. It was great within time. And I'm really struck by the synergies that I can see between the work of the IP Help Desk and the PatLibs. Both the structures work for the same aim. And if I may say something before I come, you said lawyers, but I suppose you meant patent attorneys, right? Okay. Having said that, and over to you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Enrico. Good morning, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank the European Patent Office for inviting the World Intellectual Property Organization to this year's PatLib conference and for giving me the opportunity to talk about WIPO's, do I need to press? Yes, I do. WIPO's Technology and Innovation Support Center, or TISC for short, program. I'm not going to dwell much on TISC services because they are very, very similar to PatLib centers. Suffice to say that they are IP-based. They are provided by experts, normally that are trained by WIPO, and they are all locally based, so for local innovators. The TISC program started back in 2009. It was and always has been very much focused on supporting innovation for developing countries, for least developed countries, in particular within the mandate of WIPO as a United Nations specialized agency. Since 2009, we've established 1,600, over 1,650 PatLibs in 93 national TISC networks.
Sorry, Randy, you established TISCs. Right, not PatLibs.
TISCs.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. And in fact, Enrico's role here is to kind of like keep correcting me before I start.
No, nothing to be corrected.
So the TISCs, the 1,650 TISCs in 93 national networks. They're hosted mostly in universities, in research and development centers. We also have regional networks. We have 4 at the moment. We will have a 5th joining next year. So examples of regional networks, for example, are the member states of ASEAN, member states of ARIPO. Next week at the WIPO General Assemblies, we will also be welcoming and there will be a OAPI regional TISC network as well. At the end of every year, we carry out a survey. We ask TISCs how many inquiries they received. And last year, we estimate that the TISCs received over 2.25 million inquiries. WIPO's support for TISCs basically centered on 3 pillars: training, resources, and networking. And I'd like to give examples in each one of these pillars that are particularly that could be particularly of interest to PatLibs as well. So clearly, TISC training covers the whole, let's say, all the skills, the knowledge that is necessary for the TISCs to be able to provide the local services. So, for example, training on the different types of patent search, patent analytics, and more tech transfer and IP commercialization as well. But we very much want that the TISCs, also the standardization of their operations is increased, raise the quality of the services that they provide. And we also want to reinforce the career development of TISC staff, to retain TISC staff, which is a major problem for us. Which is why Last year, we launched the TISC staff certification. And we started off with a TISC Staff Foundation certification that looks basically at the use of basic patent information. All of these certifications, the foundation and the other types, the specialization certifications, these are curriculum-based certifications where you have to pass exams, you have to work in a TISC for a specific period of time. So we've launched, as I said, the TISC Staff Foundation. It's now rolled out to all TISCs around the world. And in this autumn, we will be starting a pilot project for the first TISC staff specialization certification on patentability search. Once that pilot is finished at the beginning of next year, we will roll it out to all of the other TISCs later next year. And we want to do the same thing for the other specializations that we're going to roll out. So, for example, on freedom to operate, IP analytics, and so on. Resources. I want to emphasize very, very much that everything that has been developed, provided for TISCs can, of course, be used by patlibs and general innovators in general as well. The example that I want to kind of share with you is the WIPO Inspire platform, which has actually many different types of resource. It has, for example, a collection of patent database reports. You see an example, well, in fact, it's a screenshot of a long list of, I think, over 50 patent databases that are described, what are the coverage, what is the functionality of these databases, so that a user can decide what is the most appropriate patent database for them to use. The WIPO Inspire platform also has the patent register portal, which gives you information for over 200 jurisdictions with regard to patent legal status. It does not give you the patent legal status, but it gives you information in these 200 or so jurisdictions of what you can find and where you can find it. And there's an example there on the right-hand side of a country jurisdiction file for Bangladesh that you can find out what you can find as regards legal status for a particular country. On the WIPO Inspire platform, you also have lots and lots of information about IP policies. This is something that we want all TISC host institutions to have, an IP policy. So there is the WIPO IP policy toolbox that helps you draft an IP policy. There's a database with over 500 examples of IP databases, and there's lots more also on that platform. All of this and more you can find in the TISC annual reports that are available on the TISC web pages on the WIPO website. We will be launching the 2024 annual report next Tuesday at the start of the WIPO General Assemblies. And in conclusion, I'd like to mention, as far as a fantastic example of networking and of global outreach of Patlib centers, and the example is the KT2A and TISC cooperation. And this is a practical example of Patlibs, of TISCs, and local institutions, universities, all working together and sharing experiences. As you can see, there's already a lot of TISC institutions in Africa. There's many universities that are taking part in the KT2A initiative. And so it is, as Enrico knows, because we meet on a regular basis, the EPO team, the WIPO team, to try and coordinate as much as possible to have the maximum impact for all of these institutions through capacity building while minimizing duplication. I think that's probably my time. I'm, of course, happy to answer any questions later on in this session or during the coffee or lunch breaks.
Thank you very much, Andrew. It was really inspiring. And again, we see the overlap between organizations like TISCs and Patlibs. Really, Patlibs have a number of friends out there, and it's nice to see that you are working with them, and we are working, supporting you in this. And talking about friends, Sophia, over to you, and she will tell us about how her Patlib as such has a global impact, but she's also very active, her Patlib, in global initiatives.
Okay,
Sophia,
thank you.
over
Thank
to
you very much, Enrico. Thank you, the European Patent Office, for this opportunity. Again, an opportunity to share with you a little bit. It's not, we don't have a secret recipe. We don't know if we are going on the right direction, but it's working. So it's giving some interesting fruits in our regional economic location. So one thing that I really want to emphasize, we are a Patlib center, Patlib Algarve. We are located within the University of Algarve in the southern part of Portugal. And indeed, we only exist because this university is a university identified as a very international university. So just some numbers, we have around 10,000 students. 20% of our students are international students from more than 100 nationalities. So we are used and we like to link and to see how global we can go. We have more than 600 partnerships in terms of internationalization and cooperation. So we do establish a lot of research agreements, research partnerships and projects with many universities and other kinds of entities, also with industry, not only in Europe, but across the world. So we are also part of the European Universities of the Sea. So we are part of a CEU alliance. And in all of these projects, the university tries to incorporate the activities of our Patlib. Our Patlib is connected and linked to the Division of Entrepreneurship and Technology Transfer of the University of Algarve. And we have a very interesting and regional innovation ecosystem. This ecosystem, because we are a public university, is developed, and a regional university is developed through the university. So we are trying to postpone the idea of being just a touristic destination, and we try to show the region. We try to show the country, we try to show Europe, and we try to show the world that we do research, and our research is able to be emphasized in terms of global outreach, because we are creating the opportunities to do license agreements with many different entities, and we are creating spin-offs. Just to let you know, we have an incubator. Our incubator is located within the University of the Algarve with very smooth conditions to all the researchers and professors and students of the university. We also have an accelerator. And just to give you some numbers, we have about 130 patent portfolio and 239 spin-offs and startups that has been created since the date that we were established. So we were established around 2003. 2004, and established only because our National Institute of Industrial Property had the vision more than 20 years ago to increase awareness in terms of how are we going to stimulate and disseminate the importance of protecting knowledge, the importance of using industrial property rights to protect the knowledge that was being developed within the university. So my first Patlib was in 2004. It was our National Institute of Industrial Property, the Portuguese, that established these first opportunities for the universities to get in touch and get aligned with the Patlib network. So yes, we have more than 20 years of participating in Patlibs. Patlibs events are a unique opportunity, indeed, to create collaboration across Europe, and now collaborations across many different continents. I can also let you know that at the same time, there was another kind of networks that were developed through the Portuguese government. The University Technology Enterprise Network was really engaging the Portuguese universities with US universities. And I have to mention ASTP, one of the strongest allies that we have in terms of how are we going to transfer and getting to have our technologies on the next field, and trying to do the best we can in terms of licensing agreements and trying to know how are we going to negotiate these opportunities. And now we are totally connected and linked also with the knowledge transfer to Africa. We are engaging with iMetro, a university in Angola, and we are also partnering with them, as someone on the beginning, more than 20 years ago, was partnering with us when we were establishing our Patlib in the Algarve. We were also engaged with the European Commission in the codes of practices. That was tremendous exercise, and I think all the Patlib network should be aligned with this process. And of course, we often engage with other entities. Not so often, but we try to follow, we try to move forward, and we try to identify our partnerships and our partners in a global way, because at some point, when we will want to license our technologies, when we will want to maximize the value of our research, I know that I can make a phone call, and that phone call, because I know the people, and because we have gatherings, and because we are together with the same goal, that is making innovation greater and trying to increase the economic development, not only in our region, but also in Europe and also in the world, with a global impact. And I know that we can move forward and have our partners, and with a phone call, we can try to identify some interesting licensing opportunities with companies, for example, overseas. So, just to give you an example of some of the networks that we are aligned with many international networks, Iberian Innovation Networks, intellectual property and technology transfer networks in Ibero-American networks of science and technology. We are also very linked to technology transfer associations and commercialization, not only in Europe, but also in the Latin America environment. And we also are part of the ESA Big Portugal, that has a very interesting program aligned with our incubator. So in our TTO, we also try to manage, and we also try to be aligned with the incubator system. It's a way that we use to incentivize our researchers in order to be motivated with the research they are doing, trying to show them that with case studies, with ideas contests, we are able to move forward. So this is just an overview of our regional ecosystem. If we start talking about in terms of how everything started, now everything is moving forward, and we have an interesting accelerator. This accelerator is is allowing us to receive many interesting and international companies to the region, and we do really want to have an interesting global impact. That is already happening. So the Algarve now is known by the opportunity of attracting people, attracting knowledge, and attracting investors, because we are also part of many different national networks and international networks. We have also partnerships with companies from Canada to Dubai, and for example, we are trying to define creative ways to incentivize our researchers that are now being more motivated in terms of using the IP system, and in terms of using the possibilities they will have in order to maximize their knowledge, having the impact that our keynote speaker was talking about. It's really very important. And let's see, we have an open ocean of opportunities for us. So I think this network was really a right start, and it has everything to be one of the most powerful networks, not only in Europe, but with a tremendous global outreach. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sophia. So, thank you very much, Sophia. And great, we are in time. We can take a few questions. You really highlighted very nicely how a locally rooted information center can have a global impact on its own, but of course multiplies this global impact by being part of a network. And you mentioned, I think you did intentionally, IPR Help Desk, WIPO, and Patlib. We are here all together, highlighting how this cooperation is important. So, a few questions. Well, I received here a couple of questions specifically for Andrew on whether WIPO has offices in New Zealand, and on the certification process. But so you can start thinking about it. Before that, I would like to ask perhaps all of you, you have met, I think also at WIPO, SMEs and innovators. And you mentioned already what the major difficulty in this was. Mm-hmm. Can you tell us a few words more before then I take questions also from the audience? So what were your main hindrances when you met people? What did you have to tell them about to get them on board with IP? And the same for you and for WIPO. Quickly, 2 words on that, and then we'll take
2 words.
That's
Wow.
all. That's it. Next one. Go on.
No, I mean, essentially, the main problem that we have is that, I mean, Padlib and TISCs are very important because they have a local center where they can go to. But in many situations, these SMEs, startups, they don't go to these centers. So there's like also the need also to go to events. We have to raise the awareness to them about the importance of patent system, about the importance that they protect what they have. I think what is very difficult with some of them is they do not believe in the IP system, first of all, sometimes because they are just distributors or they don't really see the means to do it. Like my company is going quite well. So yeah, but what happened if you enter this new territory, you have these distributions that you want to establish and there's a company with the same name, what would you do? What happens if you go to Brazil and you try to establish your company there and then you give them the full information, no trade secrets behind it. Okay, I'm open, I open my heart to you. What will happen? They will go to Siesta, they won't answer back, they will probably register your trademark and steal your ideas. That's what usually happens. So you need to raise the awareness by making an impact.
So that's a message for all Padlibs, raising awareness and IP. What can you tell us about the TISC work on this and how TISCs may cooperate with Padlibs on this? You already mentioned it. But
well, clearly for WIPO, the important thing of the TISC network is that it's local. And as I mentioned, I think we're always trying to, we started off with just access to technology, but we are interested in supporting the innovators all along the innovation process. And even though, again, most are at universities, there's always the question of how can we pull in the SMEs and the local community to be also part of that network. So again, we have colleagues in WIPO. There's a division that deals with SMEs. We work closely with colleagues on tech transfer, IP commercialization. So all of these elements will come in within the work that we do. And I think, again, quickly, I'd like to stress that, again, it's very, very important that all of and we see that in the TISC networks, that there is this outreach to other TISCs around the world. And this should also include outreach to Padlib centers as well. For example, in China, there's a lot of interest in TISCs around on the other side of the world, but this clearly should also be the case also for Padlibs. And again, working through Padlibs, working through TISCs to reach those researchers, innovators, entrepreneurs in many, many countries where TISCs are around the world to kind of understand their IP ecosystems and markets as well.
So both networks cooperating, creating synergies. That's the message, if I get. Sophia, 2 words on that.
Yes, 2 words, 2 words, very fast. So what, in terms of the support we provide, it is a very interesting situation because we are providing support to a region. So it comes to the university, many companies seeking for a direction. We are trying to identify, and with partners, with patent attorneys, with other kind of entities, we are totally aligned in terms of starting to identify some strategies for the IP. So one thing that was really very important was the training that we all got in terms of providing these kinds of information. People go to the university because there at our Padlib Center, they know they will have at least some answer and we will provide them some direction. That is only possible because we are totally aligned with our ENPI, with the Padlib network and also with the EPO. And in terms of globalization and considering that we have many companies that are actually aligned with international markets, one thing that is very important is making them realize that we, in terms of IP, we have international regulations, we have international conventions, and sometimes they are not even aware of that possibility, of that existence, of that legal background, and gives them the necessary security in terms to move forward using the IP system.
That's perfect. And I would like to stress there are also many resources at the EPO. The EPO Academy provides a plethora of wealth of resources, freely accessible, and they can be used in conjunction also with WIPO resources, and all this is at disposal of Padlibs. Quickly, one question from do I have time for one question from the audience, if there's any? Yes.
I have a very quick question, if we have time.
It seems we have time. Depends on how long your question is.
It's going to be a very quick one. Hello, everybody. It's Atif Emre. Thanks for the fruitful presentations. Andre, you mentioned that more than 1,600 TISCs exist right now since 2009, and you mentioned mostly in the least developed countries. So what about the future perspective? In the developing countries and developed countries, are you planning to open much more TISCs, or what's the future perspectives? I'm curious about it. Thank you.
Thank you for that very, very insightful question, in the sense that clearly, as I mentioned, the focus is developing countries and least developed countries. We do not want to duplicate TISCs in countries where there are pat libs, because we're doing the same thing. So we're not going to be doing. You've noticed that in the European Patent Organization countries there are no TISCs because the pat libs are already doing a wonderful job. And actually, I mean, again, it's no great secret that the experience that I gained establishing pat libs in Italy over it was 4 years, wonderful years. I've used that to and with the team to kind of do that in developing countries. So that's our focus, and I think there are also already established patent information and technology information offices in developed countries. So we need to get our focus. It's always a question of using our existing resources, human resources, financial resources, and prioritize as much as possible.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the audience? Here we go. Okay, do we have time? No, no time for other questions. Those who ask questions online, which are really wide or specific, I ask you to contact directly Andrew or via LinkedIn or with emails and contact us. With this, I really thank very much my panelists. Thank you all of you for joining us and for being here. And I wish you a very successful day at this conference. Bye.
Bravo, bravo. Thank you very much. Thank you, Enrico. Dear panelists, please retake your seats. The PatLib centers clearly play a critical role in connecting a diverse group of stakeholders with the information they need to succeed. So how can we amplify this impact? Our strategic plan lays out one answer, and that is to facilitate even greater technology transfer. And don't forget to ask your questions at the end. And to discuss this, I'd like to welcome on stage our moderator and his panel, Tom Withnell, who is also with the PatLib team here at the European Patent Office. So, Tom, over to you.
Super. Thank you, Heider. Hopefully I'm all mic'd up. You can hear me. I'm aware of a little bit tight on time. This is a session before lunch, so please do bear with us on that. So today I'm joined by my three guests, and we're going to discuss not just technology transfer, but also looking at the role in PatLibs in supporting innovation in the regional scale. So each panelist, just for the format, will give a short presentation on their institutions, and then we will have a discussions. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first panelist, Laura McDonald. Laura is the CEO of ASTP. Really, as plenty of you know, the Alliance of the Association, I've gone brain freeze now, Association of Science and Technology Transfer Professionals. So the Pan-European Tech Transfer Organisation. Laura is a Scottish lawyer, was the first in-house legal function in the UK, apparently, in 1992, and is active in all areas of KE's knowledge transfer, and also within LESI and Autumn. So, Laura, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone, and thanks again to the EPO. I think one of the messages we've all heard loud and clear this morning is the effectiveness of collaboration, and we have, I think, in our ecosystem, the European innovation ecosystem, we have really a lot of opportunities, and I think maybe one of our biggest challenges is to actually continue to strengthen these collaborations by making sure that all the information that we have at our fingertips and that we are working together to develop continue to be shared and made available to the practitioners, the frontline people who are actually engaged in all of the wonderful activities that we've been hearing about in more detail this morning. Okay, so yes, as you've already said, we're an international pan-European network, primarily involved with membership both from European universities, publicly funded research organisations. But interestingly, unlike many of the national networks, both formal and informal, of technology transfer offices, we also have always been open to membership from those who are working in industry. So we actually have people who are responsible for partnering and IP policy within small and medium-sized companies, but also large multinationals. So really, whole part of the ecosystem is represented, and we're very much about the how-to. This slide, I have several slides, so they'll all be available afterwards, and I just want to talk to 2 or 3 of them. Tom, the good news is I will be brief. And basically, just to reinforce for those of you who don't know us, we are very much focused on the how-to, the understanding the ecosystem of knowledge valorization, and all the things that Federica mentioned in her presentation this morning is really wonderful. I mean, you heard that horrible year, 1992. I say horrible because I can't quite believe it's 2025 and I'm still doing in this world, but okay. It's been a huge privilege. But basically, it's a never-ending journey that we're all on, clearly, and we can help each other a lot, and that's what ASTP is all about. How can we connect individuals? How can we enhance their skills? How can we raise awareness and better understanding of what the challenges are? There's a lot of discussion about that this morning. So what do? We run all sorts of events and activities for professionalising individuals, for raising awareness. We've talked about accreditation, we've heard about it, skills building. RTTP recognition is something we've obviously been driving, and we're also super involved and excited to find as many ways as possible to help the national sectors, because I think although we talk about globalizing, we talk about European landscape, we're also very interested to understand what are the specific regional challenges, and these are best recognised by the national communities in Portugal or in the Czech Republic, etc. So how can we help that in depth, but also horizontally? So we'll come to that in a moment. We have lots of national association networks, and I think that's one of the important things that we want to explore. This slide is maybe an interesting one. It's lots of acronyms. We live in a world of acronyms, but it's really a takeaway. Many of the things that were talked about as being areas of challenge: professional development, career recognition for people involved in knowledge transfer, balancing intellectual asset management in its broadest possible sense, not just about patents and being able to do all of that. Balancing how do you engage with researchers and get them to understand better the landscape, how open innovation, open science, how do these landscapes actually impact on being able to still drive a very coherent institutional policy as a university or research centre driving innovation around intellectual asset management. And this slide just shows some examples of real live projects that by design, we as ASTP are core members in all of these, and they're all looking at balancing all of these different understanding to develop more tools so that we can help amplify the messaging and increase the skills that are available. Accreditation we've done internationally. There's some slides here about training courses, and I really just want to kind of flag very quickly that we do have many upcoming, and you'll see, I see Portugal is featured highly there, but we actually have quite a lot of things, Czech Republic also, Rosa. Sorry. So basically, reinforcing the message from earlier this morning that for everybody in the PatLib centres, ASTP, one of the strengths of our alliance is that you all have access to the training that we as ASTP offer. So please do consult this particular slide and any others, and stay in very close contact with Tom and Enrico, because I think that's really that's a very important step if you want to advance even more skills. So that's just a sample. Within our community, we have lots of areas of expertise, and I think what Lisa was mentioning this morning about the agri-food industry and the challenges of breaking into that sector, we have a special interest group of people on the innovation side also looking to how to engage better and have a better dialogue and so on. So lots of scope for lots of people in lots of sectors. Would that be enough?
Yeah. Thank you, Laura.
But I look forward to the questions. Thank you.
Super, thank you. So next up we have Didier Monet. Didier is a senior legal counsel in IP law and is also an expert for EU IPO's IP scan. He's over 13 years experience, and since 2021 has been working at Tech Transfer Office, University of Mons, and is a member of our PatLib Hainaut, hope I said that correctly, centre, which is the Walloon region of Belgium. In his spare time, I also mentioned that is a twin, so an RK2A, so he'll be in the session later. We keep mentioning our knowledge transfer initiative, which is a very big project of ours, or initiative of ours. So in his spare time, Didier likes to work on international development projects in Cameroon, Côte d'Ivoire, and Burkina Faso, and is a busy writer, so author of 3 books, that's right, with a 4th one on the way. So Didier, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. First of all, I'm very happy to be there. And before I start, I would like to ask for your understanding if my English is not perfect.
probably better than mine, so don't worry.
Okay, that's good.
You're Scottish.
So let's go quick to a quick view on our PADLib Center. So I'm representing University of Mons, PADLib ENO. A few words about our history. Our PADLib Center is just a collaboration between academic and economic partners in the province of Hainaut, in the French-Belgian part of the country. So what about our main mission? We provide practical local support, assistance, and advice on any related IP right to student, researchers, spin-offs, startup, and even individual inventors. So some of our current activities, as I heard before, we are also involved in the Kitty Two-Way initiative, which aim to transfer knowledge to Africa University also. And we have been twined with one university in Morocco, and we also collaborate with another university in Cameroon. We are also involved in IP scan process. This is a pre-diagnostic service on IP in collaboration with the Belgian IP office. Also, we are involved in I was personally involved in the AfriP project. This is a project funded by European Union in collaboration with UIPO. So in this project, I was in charge of a training session for African countries. So in Africa, we have the OAPI space of 17 countries. So I was supposed to help local IP experts to start handling these pre-diagnostic services. And also in UMOS, another activity that I want to share with you is what we call IP Day at UMOS. So one time a year, we made a one-to-one consultation with students, researchers, SMEs, just to share information in various fields like patent, copyright, trademarks, even taxes. So this is few words about our PADLib Center. We have 4 people working on this PADLib Center with as a multidisciplinary team, 2 legal counsel, 1 business developer, 1 patent manager. We try to be complement to bring expertise to support project locally and why not in the whole country. So let's move a little bit to tech transfer. As you know, tech transfer is a process of moving technology or intellectual property from a person or organization to another with the goal of turning invention and scientific outcome into product that can benefit to the society. So how PADLib, our PADLib Center can support this regional transfer? First of all, by acting as a connector between academy, business, and public actor, also supporting innovation pipeline at the local level, complement TTO, as you will see in the next slide. PADLib ENO is in the specific department of University of Mons dedicated to knowledge transfer. So the key aspect of the tech transfer for us is, first of all, the movement of the technology. Tech transfer involves sharing data, design, invention, knowledge, material. Also commercialization. The aim is to commercialize research outcome, even through licensing agreement, partnership, or spin-off creation. Of course, collaboration. The process frequently requires collaboration between individual universities, even public entities. We are talking about IP, so protecting IP, managing IP is a crucial part of the tech transfer, enabling organization to control and benefit from the innovation. And this part was one of the main parts in the project AfriP that I said before, because as we have seen, SMEs in Africa, they don't really care about, I think they don't, I don't want to say they don't know, but they don't really care about the impact of IP assets. So it was important to share our experience here, to bring success story, to show them that clearly it can help their company to move, to grow. And the last but not the least, economic and societal impact. So bringing new technology to market and support economic growth, industrial competitiveness, and societal advancement. So as I said, I'm working on the Knowledge Transfer Office of University of Mons. Our main mission is to bring knowledge, research from academia to industry. As you can see, Knowledge Transfer Office is a specialized department within a university in, for instance, humans, that facilitate the transfer of research output and innovation to the industry. Our core mission: identification of innovation, IP protection, support for commercialization through licensing or spin-off creation, partnership with industry or other universities, of course, legal support, contract negotiation, training, and conference organization with other entrepreneurs about entrepreneurship. So this is a few words about how Humans KTO can help the tech transfer process. So this slide can sum up what I said. This is how Mons works in the transfer process. You have detection by scouting research result, IP protection, strategy, commercialization, and of course, follow-up and revenue sharing. So before I finish, this is, I wanted to share this one with you. This is how research is organized at the University of Mons. We have created a kind of what we call Mons Innovation Network with, at the center, university and the spin-off, but many other partners. So this network have been created to respond to the challenge of the society and the socio-economic world. And for this, University of Mons have established strong partnership with research centers, socio-economic partners, spin-off companies, local. And one of, I want to highlight this one, the CLIC. Maybe you have heard about this. It is a very growing creative innovation center. It's act like a platform that empowers project initiators from all backgrounds by connecting university research with local initiative. The main mission is to amplify impact of the research through collaboration, creativity, and community engagement. I think we don't have enough time to go through all this partners and their field, but I just want to share this information with you. And before I finish, our job is not only to protect ideas, it's only to help them to grow, to reach the world. So PathLib, as PathLib NO, we must play a key role. We are playing, and we must evolve in this role by providing high-value services, building more strategy, alliance, and empower local actors, promote inclusive cross-border innovation, and also, as a KTO, we are a strategic link because we act as an interface between the research and industry. We build bridge between academic and market needs, and also we try to ensure that innovation contribute to the economic, societal impact. So thank you.
Super. Thank you very much, Didier. And now, last but not least, Luc Incovaja. I hope I said your name right. So Luc has been since 2017 with the EIT, which is the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, and he is implementing their regional innovation scheme. Luc has over 10 years' experience working within the EU, within civil service of Malta, including being at the EU Secretariat and helping prepare for the Maltese presidency. In his spare time, Luc is a lecturer in science diplomacy at the Corvinus University in Budapest, and is also a member of the Council for Maltese Living Abroad.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and good morning still to everybody. I know we're very short on time, but I cannot not start by thanking, first and foremost, the EPO for giving me the opportunity to be here, and also to say how happy I am to be in this very beautiful city here in Vienna, sister city, by the way, to Budapest historically, where I am based. So I'm here to give you a bit of an introduction about the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, who we are, what we do, why we do it, and what we've achieved, and where we go from here, maybe. So firstly, it's not easy, of course, to present in 5-6 slides what this 3 billion euro project or initiative of the European Union does. But in a nutshell, we are an independent body of the European Union. We were set up in 2008 with a simple but highly ambitious mandate, that of boosting Europe's capacity to innovate. One of the great issues which was seen with Europe's ability to innovate is the fact that quite often business, research, and higher education tend to operate in silos. And this is really where the EIT came in order to bring together the so-called three sides of the knowledge triangle and therefore be able to, what you can see on your slide, train the next generation of entrepreneurs to develop innovations, to commercialize innovations, the topic we've been discussing so much today, as well as power startups and scale-ups. I want to also highlight in this slide that we are an integral part of Horizon Europe. This is Europe's framework program for research and innovation and one of the largest such initiatives in the world. Now, concretely, how do we do it? We create long-term European partnerships which bring together leading partners from across the knowledge triangle. So higher education institutions, vocational institutions, research performing organizations, businesses, large and small, NGOs, regional authorities, you name it, in order to tackle some of the most pressing societal challenges facing Europe and the world today. I'd like to point out EIT Food, which actually Lisa mentioned as part of her presentation as one of the entities actually supporting her. So a big shout out, of course, also to them. We're growing as well. So we recently were joined by one in the area of culture and creativity, and soon we'll also have one on water by the end of this year. Now, we truly believe in the innovator knows best principle, of course, so these are independent. I'm here highlighting just a snapshot of the over 2,400 partners we have as part of the EIT community today, making us Europe, if not the globe's largest innovation ecosystem, helping us to drive innovation across Europe. These together create what we call the EIT community. As I was saying, each of our knowledge and innovation communities is very independent in terms of the activities they launch. Why? We truly believe in the innovator knows best principle, and they have to have the freedom in order to design activities which best are able to tackle the societal challenges they are tackling. However, the activities can be divided into three aspects. Firstly, education and skills, specifically entrepreneurial education. And again, these are really varied how they are done, but primarily we aim to marry the STEM subjects being taught with the necessary skills in order to create the next generation of entrepreneurs. At some point earlier today, somebody was saying that, researchers sometimes don't have that knowledge, they don't really care, they don't understand, it's about publishing and so on. And this is exactly where we help to teach them what to do if they are interested to start their own business. And we see many doing this. Innovation, again, we do not fund research, however, we help to commercialize research results and bringing those to the market. And the last is business creation, business acceleration. This helps us to create a new cohort of startups and scale-ups which will help to boost the competitiveness of Europe. We are very place-based as well. So this is where we are really similar to the PatLibs. In fact, some of the dots we see here, these are hubs based on the ground across Europe, are also PatLibs. The idea is that we do not take Europe as some kind of one-size-fits-all approach. These are not a homogeneous area. Each country, each region has its own strengths, has its own assets, but has its own challenges, gaps, and needs. And we deliver activities which actually address those. We also have a global ambition as well, as you can see, with hubs based also in the United States and Israel, and plans for additional hubs outside of the EU in the next years. I just want to conclude with some of the results we have been able to achieve over the past years, and I think these are pretty impressive numbers. These are the numbers until the end of 2024. I can tell you that the number of learners, for example, now, number of students is in excess of 1 million. We also have a portfolio of startups worth 71 billion euros. Of course, this fluctuates on a day-to-day as the market capitalization changes, but we are really, really proud of the difference we have been able to make in Europe. We're really, really proud of our contribution to some of the key issues which were highlighted by the Mario Draghi report, as well as being centrally placed within the European strategy for startups and scale-up, as well as the Union for Skills, in order to be able to contribute more in the future. So that's it from my side, and I look forward to the discussion.
Super. Thank you all. Right, so presentation's done. Now we can discuss. So obviously the panel's on main feature on technology transfer. I think a lot of people associate technology transfer with universities. Obviously, that universities in many cases, based on the sort of their remit or their limitations, they're not able to commercialize themselves, so they have to actually then go through a technology transfer process. But maybe, obviously, technology transfer happens in the wider range as well. So maybe, Luke, I'll turn to you first. You can comment on, are there any sort of key differences you see between technologies coming out of universities versus other forms of tech transfer, or is it all mixed into one?
In many ways, it is mixed into one. At the end of the day, they are trying to attract more or less the same demographic of clients out there. Yet there are, of course, key differences. Legal differences sometimes, like universities being unable to maybe set up their own companies, while others, of course, but then many times having a more structured setup, like a technology transfer offers, while others are maybe less able to access some of the technologies they would like. Well, what I can say is, of course, speak for the EIT. I cannot do anything apart from that, but I think this is where we truly excel as the EIT, being Europe's largest innovation network. We are able to offer startups we support, scale-ups as well, but mainly it's the startup stage where the technology is really needed, whatever they may need in order to grow. And access to technology is sometimes one of the key needs of those startups. And we are, through our vast network of from large corporates to universities to other, be able to offer them that knowledge transfer. But not only, of course, because knowledge transfer is part of what makes a startup a success. We can offer them anything from access to talent, access to market, access to partners, access to test beds, and of course, the all-important access to capital, which is an element which, of course, tends to pull startups away from Europe and primarily to the United States, as was mentioned previously. But we believe that through our network, we are able to support startups to access whatever they need, including knowledge transfer, by staying in their home country and therefore tackling brain drain as well.
Super, thank you very much. Didier, do you have any comments? Obviously, you're based at a university, so you get a lot of clients, but maybe the PatLib Center has customers from outside as well.
We are acting the same way, as you said, especially for me, working as a knowledge transfer office. We are able to bring, even to manage the tech transfer, but also to help the researcher, the company to connect. The most important is the network, not only about legal aspect, not only about scientific aspect, but also about incubators, about all advices. So we are going the same way. And that's why I'm happy to be there, because we talk about network, not only PatLibs, not only university. We heard about the successful story, so it's about connection, and we will use this connection to help locally first, and why not help investor, help student, help researcher to grow.
Thank you. And Laura, obviously from ASTP, maybe looking at your member base, how do you find it fits in with, is it universities dressed or?
It's yes, absolutely. Well, it's interesting. The community that we are mostly comprised of, and in that sense, serve are the individuals who are working on the front line, a little bit like Didier and colleagues. But I think, as I mentioned earlier, we also have direct membership of people working in companies. So we have that perspective, and I think it is a mix of challenges, and I think all the resources that you describe about finance, about the reality of access to IP and so on is all very important. But I think one of the maybe I won't say unique at all, but certainly one of our strengths as a network of individual professionals is that at the end of the day, albeit with lots of money, albeit with great innovations, albeit with great structures, or developing ecosystems where there's not necessarily yet a very robust and wide enough understanding of the need for innovators and to engage with the innovation ecosystem, is very much none of that is possible without people in the middle who can actually really help all these different ingredients come together. So I think I come back to our focus, which is very much about how to make sure that the enormous diversity of people who find themselves vocationally drawn into this intermediary role are as skilled as possible, are actually empowered, supported and facilitated. So I think it is not just about the individuals knowing all the ingredients of the mysterious story of how to make innovation really successful, but it's actually also raising awareness at institutional level. So I think one of the great things that we can continue to do, because it is challenging, it will always be challenging. For 40 years it's been challenging, but the diversity of support and understanding from the wider ecosystem of the critical role of the transfer process, the innovation evolution process is increasing all the time, and I think we have a huge opportunity to keep that going. But it's not ever going to become one size fits all. It's not ever going to become simple. But the more we can understand what the restrictions are, the more we can resource and backfill the problem areas, then the natural result will be much more effective innovation reaching society and our European economic infrastructure, which is important.
Thank you very much. So next question is more towards Didier. I'm afraid I'll get your advice later. So how do you see the development in the role of PatLibs in supporting innovation at the regional scale? And how do you think we can sort of optimize our collaborations with other stakeholders in the area? It's a tricky one.
I think the main role of the strength of the PatLib Center or of Knowledge Transfer Office for us, I'm coming from University of Mons, is the local aspect. We are very close to our partners, so either public entities, companies, incubators, individuals, inventors. So we are very close to them. We know exactly the market, and we know exactly how to advise them, how to give them guidance to help them to reach their goal. So the fact that we are the location is very important, because to move forward, it's important to start from here, from somewhere, to know the market, to know the issue. And I think this is the main strength of the Knowledge Transfer Office, and also the main strength of the PatLib Center. For us, for me, this is the most important.
So yeah, I agree with that. Also, in my experience, this distance is one of those often underlooked factors, really, in getting context. Maybe Laura, Luke, do you have comments?
Yes, you
on
just
that?
maybe.
I've just taken your comment out of your mouth.
No, well, no, I think I'd also pick up on something. Thank you for that, Didier. I think that regional relevance and impact cannot be underestimated. And I think coming back to something that we also mentioned earlier several times, and that is the potential for synergies and actual synergies that exist between the PatLib centres, especially those who are based in and connected directly to the tech transfer centres. We also know that there are many PatLib activities and centres that have less of a connectivity perhaps with the TDOs, and that also is very regionally specific. So I think one of the things that we can also do is make sure that we encourage the PatLib national communities to be aware of and do more if they can, and can we help them do more to connect with the tech transfer centre. So it sounds as though in Mons you're in like the sweet spot, and in many, and Sophia's example also a very nice sweet spot. But I think we can actually do more to encourage, because there's a broader diversity of perhaps skills and resources in the PatLib centres, and as you've on your slide so clearly, in a way, the distinction between the focus of the KTOs. And so I think at national and regional level, it'd be really fun to continue what we're also doing already, which is to encourage these kind of national dialogues and inspiring stories. I mean, we're lucky today to hear direct examples, but I would love my 3,000 members and 8,000 outreach community hear these stories as well and be inspired to see how can the Belgian example in Mons work, can Portugal work. So I think all of these things are really interesting energies that we have. So thank you for all this.
If I can add.
Yes, certainly.
Yes, just to add something to that. For example, University of Mons is a very small university, and when we talk about tech transfer, when you are negotiating with big company, we saw that we don't have enough strength to speak with them. So in the French part of the Belgium, we have decided to be united. So I think we have 5 or 6 universities all together in the same network. So when we talk about tech transfer, we are all together very strong, and we have seen that for 4 years, 5 years. The way we manage tech transfer is totally different, because now we are together, and together we are stronger.
So that's a good take-home message, that. Luke, any comments on that?
Yes, I'd like to maybe hook on to an aspect which was mentioned a number of times actually today, but maybe not dug into so much. This is the fact that Europe unfortunately suffers from a persistent innovation divide. between north and south and west and east. And I think one of the great assets of the PathLib network is that of being able to establish regional or local rather level synergies with other instruments. I showed in one of my slides the fact that we have this wide network of hubs. This is particularly strong in countries classed as being weaker in terms of their innovation capacity. And as you well know, we see a huge potential between the EIT and the EPO, also through this memorandum of understanding we've had for some time now, in order to boost our ability to work together. And as the DR said, together we are stronger. And I think this is really where this comes in. What the EIT can do on its own and what we can do together is, of course, much, much better. And I think this is something we want to explore, not just explore, implement, and also make sure this delivers the results we want to see in a common approach. I'm really encouraged by the fact that in terms of the first initial exploratory discussions we've had such a great deal of enthusiasm from the people on the ground, wanting to work together, wanting to make a difference for their own communities. And I think this is the way forward, and I'm really excited about what the future holds in this regard.
Super, thank you much. So I'm conscious of time, so maybe open the floor for questions. Is everyone too hungry for lunch, or have we covered everything? I'm going to go with the second option. I know, and let's have a look. We do have one who's come in online, which is maybe a good question to finish on. So maybe I can ask for a sentence from each of you from this. So how do you see the field of technology transfer developing over the coming years, and how interlinked is this with the future of innovation? Maybe Didier, you'd like to go first?
Yes, thank you for that question. For me, I think about three ways. First, I see technology transfer more open. So we talk about open science, open innovation, and I think this is the future. This is the first thing. The second thing is, I think tech transfer will be more digital. You see the world, we are living in the world, the digitalization is really growing. So I think open, digital, and maybe we have not talked about this, but I think artificial intelligence will change many things in the future. The way we are working as a knowledge transfer office, but also the way PathLib works. So I think this is the future is this way. Open, digital, and taking care of artificial intelligence.
Some good points to think on there. Luke, do you
I think we could have a panel discussion just based on
that's
this,
the problem,
right? So,
so
in a sentence or with some full stops, I think Europe is very lucky to have a multiplicity of instruments supporting technology transfer and innovation in Europe, and I think this should most certainly remain, because each of those has its strengths, its ability to support different elements of innovation across Europe. However, I think there is a need to help our innovators navigate the complexity of Europe's innovation landscape. If I can, I will just mention what the EIT is trying to do about this and conclude there. We have just launched a pre-pilot of something we call the Regional Innovation Booster. We've launched this pilot in Poland as Eastern Europe or Central Europe's largest economy, whereby we will aim to bring together all the initiatives which are being implemented by the EIT community, by the Polish authorities, and believe me, there are many, in order to help create a smooth support pathway for the most promising innovation startups in Poland towards commercial success. Because at the end of the day, that's what we want. Without commercial success, the competitiveness of Europe will not be boosted. And we're really keen, we've talked about this very briefly, but we're really keen to have also the EPO as part of this initiative. And I think this is something which will probably make a real difference to innovators on the ground as they try to find the best way forward in terms of what works for them best.
Super. Thank you. Over to you, Laura, for
thank you.
remarks.
Yeah, thank you. So I think the future of technology transfer, I think it looks bright, but I would say maybe three key things. And one is that in some ways we're fortunate, again, I come back to the individuals on the front line, that the landscape in which we have always worked in has always been complex, albeit the complexities may be different nowadays, but they're not greater in number and they're not more complex. And I think one of the strengths of the people directly involved in the knowledge valorization journey as facilitators is that they are there because they have capacity and creativity and skills in able to do that. So I think the future for knowledge valorization and technology transfer is that these are the kind of people that the community, our world needs more of and more skilled. So we need to grow. The second point I'd make is I find it amazing. I said 1992, I've been around a long time. I would say that there has been a much faster acceleration in the last, I'll put it simply, 5 years of I'm going to put top down just in sense of size. So both at European level and at national level of the understanding of the processing system, and actually now facilitating not just what we were doing ourselves and in our institutions, kind of unilaterally responding to needs locally, regionally or institutionally, but actually a much more powerful ecosystem. And I see the future of technology transfer being going forward leaps and bounds in its aspiration for capacity building, which is in volume of numbers and capacity of skills, and the impact will be seen, and it's not going to take another 35 years to get there. But this journey that's really been accelerated in the last 5 years, and we move to a stage where it's perfectly easily understood what knowledge valorization involves, what's needed, and it's accepted. All the ingredient factors are needed. And I think this is the landscape that we're almost in, but that will then, with a real, don't have to explain all the time, don't have to justify all the time. It's understood and recognized that, of course, we all do this together, and of course there are things needed and it will happen. So I think the future looks really bright, but the future is right here. It's right on the cusp.
So I think,
of it.
especially as Didier mentioned, the AI is there to again help.
Yeah, but AI is one of the tools, but I think
it will help push that through.
It's about a much more complex ecosystem that we're in, but we're understanding that a lot better, thanks to everybody who's involved in these organizations. So that's my answer to your question, I think.
Perfect. Thank you much. So I think, thank you very much to the panelists. It's a real pleasure to have you today. And I think we've had some good discussions. As Luke said, we can make a panel on each of the questions. So could be talking for much, much longer. But I'm also conscious that it's lunchtime. So I think I can hand you back to Heide for the pre-lunch admin.
Thank you, Tom. But if you want to ask, there might be, just because it's such an interesting discussion, if there is another question that you'd like to ask, we do have the time for it.
If we do have the time, I do have or are people too hungry? That's the question. Does hunger win? I think hunger's winning here, Heide. So,
then hungry wins. So I'd like to thank Tom and our panelists. Please do retake your seats. Thank you very much for that wonderful discussion. Thank you for the wonderful overview of why technology transfer is worthy of investment and focus. Now, we've learned a lot so far, and I think it's now time for a little break. I know you're all eagerly waiting for this. So we will meet again at 1:15. We're going to be hearing from our experts on EPO tools and on innovation, a panel on women driving IP progress in PathLibs and also in academia. So don't forget, there was also at the afternoon, there is the CodeFest prize ceremony. And please, if you see the QR code, please leave us some feedback on today's event. So see you back here at 1:15 Central European Summertime. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to the second half of PatLib 2025. I hope you had a great break so far and are enjoying this event. Now, EPO tools are an important part of each PatLib's toolbox, which is why we're here today to share some updates on the functionalities. And we're going to start off our presentations. I would like to introduce my three colleagues. Marco Cantagallo will be presenting the Technology Intelligence Platform. We will have Kieran Donnelly, who will be talking to us about the Legal Interactive Platform. And we will have Victor Arribas telling us more on the updates with the Deep Tech Finder. So I'd like to welcome Marco. Marco, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Marco. Over to you first, all right?
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure being here with all of you. My name is Marco Cantagallo. I am the product owner of the Technology Intelligence Platform, and I will be now showing you a short presentation. It's just a simple set of slides which will give a refresher about the Technology Intelligence Platform. I think that a few of you have already had an opportunity to practice with it, to meet it. But for many of you, might be still new because it's a new product. It's a new, let's say, newcomer in the portfolio of the products of DPO. So let's start with the first basic things. What is the Technology Intelligence Platform? As I said, it's a brand new product that has been launched in December 2024. And it is the new EPO flagship application for patent data analysis. It's substantially, if we want to let's say, summarize the essence of the Technology Intelligence Platform in a few words, we can say that it is, first of all, is a computing environment. So what, in fact, EPO is offering to the end users is a real fully featured computing environment. It is built around what is called the Jupyter ecosystem. And it's substantially a virtual machine that you connect to from your web browser. In various senses, this one. The environment, the computer environment is enriched, first of all, is based on the Python programming language, which is acknowledged a little bit everywhere as being the most popular and most efficient for doing especially application of data analysis and data science. It is enriched with a lot of pre-installed libraries, very powerful ones. So all in all, let's say it is a ready-to-use environment. So another aspect that characterizes this platform is the ease of access, because actually you can connect from your browser, and after having followed the normal authentication procedure, you are ready to work, ready to program on the spot. It is already quite active. As I said, it has been started basically at the end of 2024, and it already has more than 1,000 registered users. At the time of speaking, we are already around 1,100 registered users, and it has quite an activity. Every week we observe approximately 80 unique users working actively on the platform. Of course, what makes this product outstanding compared to a normal standard computing environment is the fact that EPO is providing it already enriched with access to the EPO data, the very powerful enriched data set of patent data set of the EPO. In particular, from the platform, you already have out-of-the-box access to two collections. This collection are stored into BigQuery datasets. BigQuery, for those of you that are a bit less familiar, is a very powerful data warehouse system provided by Google. And the two datasets that are pre-provisioned are very, very well known. I think at least one is for sure known very well by the audience of this conference, is PatStat. So I don't have to say much about it. PatStat is the full collection of all patent data, 140 million and more patent, very rich documented in a database, and provided twice a year by the EPO. And the second collection is the full data set of the European publications, AMB publications, in full text. So the difference between PatStat and EP full text, sometimes I call it EP A and B because it's also a common name used for it. So the difference between PatStat and EPAB is that PatStat is very, very broad, that contains all the patent information from all the countries, whereas EPAB is only European, but it contains the full text, it contains the drawings, it contains really a lot of useful information. Okay, I think this summarizes a little bit in general what the application and the platform is offering. Going to the next slide, we can also try to summarize what are the typical usage that you may want to do of this platform. So the application scenarios. The first one is something that I already stated, and it's probably the most relevant and the most frequently used, that is statistical patent analysis, any kind of market technology trends analysis and so on. This is the typical usage you may want to do. And the very interesting aspect, what this platform makes possible, is the fact that being connected to the internet, it allows the user to develop really very powerful solution where you can combine not only the data provided by the EPO, but you can also enrich them with any kind of other data source coming from everywhere where the internet can arrive. So it's particularly flexible in this regard. I have myself shown in the past demos where you could really access several data sets and try to create additional. But I will show you in the next slide a few examples also that have been provided by the EPO. Other application scenarios are maybe a little bit more niche, but still very interesting. People might think of using it, for instance, for inspecting the content of the publications, even for quality or whatever other kind of in-depth analysis. Very frequent, and we know it because we have all we are all aware of the Code Festival that the Code Fest that the EPO is doing every year. A very typical application is that of using the full text and in general the patent data that are present in the platform for setting up a data set, preparing for AI applications, for training purposes and the like. So in this regard is again a very interesting platform for this purpose. Last but not least, I didn't mention it, but it comes without saying, part of the powerful set of libraries coming with the platform. We have very powerful visualization libraries. So I will not here mention too much, enter too much into the details, but this combined with the abilities of doing statistical patent analysis opens up for very powerful visualization, even interactive ones and so on. As I said, I would like to, of course, to spend a lot of time showing and going into the details, but in the frame of this limited presentation, I will limit myself to mention some use cases that have been developed by the EPO and made publicly available. So I will go to the first one, which many of you might have already seen because this was provided already some months ago. But it's very interesting. And the three use cases that I will just list here, when you will have access to the presentation, the link here on top will allow you to go to the page in the EPO web official website. In the patent knowledge news pages, you will have a link which will allow you to download the code and use it directly in the patent in the technology intelligence platform. So all what I'm showing you in these slides actually is accessible to you for practicing, for exploring, for learning, for getting acquainted with this platform, which needs also to be learned because it's a completely new paradigm in the way of accessing patent data and working with them. So this first example, as I said, is quite simple. It purposely is simple. It has also not been developed by professional developers. It wanted also to be done in a way that shows the potential also for, let's say, people that are not so deep into IT, the possibility to start doing really very interesting application. In this case, you will see it by inspecting the code. What has been done very simply, we have been using PatStat for extracting over the years since 1978 the European applications, the list of the European applications. extracting their classification, the international classification. And PathStat offers a very powerful mechanism for mapping the IPC classification into the so-called WIPO concordance table in such a way that we can create groupings into technological domains or technological fields, which are coursers. In fact, we have something like 35 groups in total. And this has enabled to create a very simple application which shows, actually what you see here is a screenshot of a video. So the Technology Intelligence Platform enabled also the creation of a video, an animated plot basically, where you could see throughout the years the evolution of the different technical domains in terms of patented application at the APO. So it's very interesting, and I repeat, it's a quite simple first case to get acquainted with the platform. Another example, here we have two screenshots from the beginning and the end. It's interesting also to see how the technical domains have changed over the years. Yeah, since '78, now you see that computer technology, medical technology is by far the winning technologies. Let's go to the next case. This is a so-called harmonization of applicant names. It's another useful exercise, something that I really invite all of those of you that want to start learning to have a look at, because it's very simple. It tackles one quite common problem that I guess all of you that are working with patents are quite familiar with, the fact that applicant names are very often presented in different formats with different accent, suffix, company limited, GmbH in Germany, and so on, as well as dashes, spaces, and the like. This is, as I said, is a frequent problem. PathStat has a solution for this problem because it implements natively in the table also the so-called standardized and harmonized names for the applicants. These have been provided by two collaborations. One has been now interrupted with the Leuven University. The other one is coming from the OECD organization. Now, these are state-of-the-art solutions, of course. They can help getting a good 30% compression over the names. Let's call it compression, means harmonization factor. The case that you will see here, by following the link and opening it, you will see some code that helps doing the same inside TIP. And of course, due to the simplicity, you don't reach the same factor of compression. It arrives almost at 10%, but it's very interesting to see how you can face this kind of technical problems and provide a solution to them. The last use case, and then I will be just quickly looking at it because time is going really very fast, is the most complex one. This one is by far an advanced case that it can be very interesting for those of you that are already very familiar with programming. You should also know pretty well PathStat, but I think this is probably not the major problem for most of you. But definitely, it is a study that has been done with the purpose of trying to identify emerging technologies, so to select them. This was done by working with the so-called international patent families, the families where there was more than one organization involved, and by isolating the CPC classification and ultimately using again the WIPO concordance table to create course groups, where you could then use some typical statistical methods like the compound annual growth rate and the relative growth. So there are typical statistical methods which allow you to define and to identify the technologies which have been more dynamic in a certain time range. In the case of this analysis, this was limited to a set of 10 years from 2013 to 2022. And voila, it's very interesting because also for the results that it produced, you will see in the outcome of the notebook, you can find out that which are the countries that are more active in the emerging technologies, where Europe stands in this regard, and also which are the most active applicants, not just the countries, but also the applicants. So it's a very thorough and detailed analysis. that's it. So as I said, this was a very short slot, so I couldn't really do a thorough presentation. Each of these use case could be itself matter for a subject matter for an entire presentation. We can work an afternoon and do a workshop looking at what has been done. I just mentioned them. I suggest each of you that are curious about this platform to take a look at it. It's extremely interesting, challenging, but powerful. And I also leave you with a very last slide, which is just, first of all, is showing for a screenshot about the welcome page of the platform. So when you connect to it, and it gives you some pointers for those of you that are really new to it. And I think many of you might be completely new to this platform. So my first suggestion is to have a look at the introductory learning module that are offered by the European Patent Academy. This is really very well done and very powerful. And it will show you also in many ways how you can access the different databases and the different data sets, and you can start building your own solutions. Okay, I think my time is finished. So I think I can with big pleasure hand over the floor. And of course, I'm here also to answer questions, if any. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. Thank you. And Marco, I don't know if you've realized, of the 80 unique visitors for the Technology Intelligence Platform, I am certainly one of them. So thank you again, Marco. And now we'll move on with Kieran Donnelly, who will be telling us more about another favorite tool of mine, which is the Legal Interactive Platform. Kieran, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Over to you, Kieran.
Great. So thank you, Heise, and hello, everybody. It's great to be here with you. So my name is Kieran Donnelly. I'm a business partner from the EPO Online User Engagement team, and I work closely with users on the evolution of our online services. So in the next 10 minutes, it will be my pleasure to show you the Legal Interactive Platform, which is the latest addition to our MyEPO online service. So we launched the Legal Interactive Platform for all MyEPO users back in February this year. It's a legal search tool. It's powered by generative AI. And actually, it's our first external AI tool for applicants and representatives. So the idea is that when you're unsure about when you're unsure about EPO patent law procedures, you can simply ask the platform. It searches through our official legal texts and case law to provide you with answers. And you can chat in it in your preferred natural language and ask follow-up questions. So it's a kind of experience we're all quite familiar with these kind of tools. And now we originally developed it for EPO staff, and we later opened it up to external users. And frankly, it's been a bit of a game changer for a lot of people. It's helped both examiners and also applicants make sense of our vast body of legal content, over 6,000 pages. But let me show you how it works. I'm going to switch over to do a demonstration so I can see very good. So how can you actually get to it? So in order to reach the Legal Interactive Platform, you have to log in to MyEPO. So here we're on our website. I'm going to drill down to my services, and I'm going to MyEPO. So MyEPO is a service that's open. Anyone can use it, but you do need to register and have a personal EPO account and register to use it. But you don't have to be an applicant or a representative. It is open to all stakeholders. So I'm going to MyEPO. Here we are, and you can see this is now MyEPO. And over on the right-hand side, you can see there's a little icon which leads us to the Legal Interactive form. So here we are. Now it's a nice, clean, fresh interface. Essentially, all you do is you put a little prompt in at the bottom, and it comes back with answers. What you can do is then to choose which data sources you wish to use to retrieve the answers. So legal text or case law, one or either or both. Let me show you an example. So let's imagine that I'm an applicant. I'm interested in finding a PCT Direct application, but frankly, I'm not familiar with the procedure. So what I can do is simply put a little prompt. If I type into the prompt box at the bottom, and what I'm interested in is finding out about the steps. I want to know about decisions I need to make, but also want to know about how much money do I need to take at each step of the process. So here's my prompt. I fire the prompt through, and as you can see, the Legal Interactive platform is coming through with a very nice structured reply along the lines of what I had requested in that order. What's nice is it includes links to the original sources. So here, for example, I can link directly to that part of our legal text. In this case, it's a PCT guideline about doing PCT Direct. So that's rather easy, I think. But let me show you another example. Now, the beauty about this platform is you can talk with it in different languages. And let's say I'm interested in knowing what's the deadline for withdrawing an application. If I'm submitting an application, I want to withdraw it without it being published. What is the deadline? So I'm going to ask this question in German and fire the question through. And as you can see, it provides a nice, concise answer with the link to the sources. But maybe I want to ask it in Spanish. So I'm going to do the same and see again. Basically, you can use any language to interact with the tool because we've integrated our machine, or nearly any language, but we've integrated our machine translation tools in everything that you see here. The text underneath are all in English, but we're doing translations into any language that you wish. So that's rather nice. Let me show you another example, and this would be, I talked about different sources. So we just saw a couple of examples of legal texts. How about case law? And one thing a few users have said that when a new decision comes out from the Court of Appeal, it's actually quite nice to come here and just to get a summary. So I'm going to ask the platform to summarize the decisions. So I just noticed this one was published on the website, and I just want to know what it's about. And I'm going to answer that summary in English and in Chinese. So the legal platform trots off and comes back with a very nice summary in both languages. I can copy the text onto my clipboard and then send it to my colleagues in Tokyo if I wish. And maybe one final example of you can really get into quite some fine aspects. Oh, sorry, the answer there. I'm going to do another example though. Let me start another chat. I forgot to copy my question here. So I'm going to ask another. I think I've got to press this first. Okay. You can get into some quite fine details of patent law and of case law, and just to give quite a complex example, there have been a few case law cases about something that can happen with European patents called an inescapable trap. And this is really for the let's say the deep experts in patent law. So if you're an attorney, you may have heard of this concept, but you don't know what it's all about. I can simply ask the platform to go off and explain to me what this is. And so it's going through all of our case law content and identify the specific examples with more information about it, and has a nice link as well. So that's more or less some good examples of how you can really use the power of this platform to search through our text and get your questions answered. And now you can store the information, so all the chats you want here, and you can rename them. It could be you want to set up a prompt that you'll be reusing later. So that's a rather nice feature. Another couple of other features as well. If I go back to, for example, at the thumbs up and thumbs down. So if there's an answer that you particularly like, you can give us a thumbs up as feedback. If you didn't like it, you can give a thumbs down and then tell us why. So what was the issue with the response? What we could have done to improve it. And what we do with that feedback is it goes straight to our data science team here at the EPO, and they'll investigate what was going on in this particular case. Sometimes there are parameters that we're able to influence in order to provide better answers. But in any case, with these, it's also very useful when we have these examples of bad feedback, because we progressively and continuously over time, we're testing the quality of the replies that we get from the platform. So, and finally, there's a nice user guide. If you click up here on the right-hand side, it's a full guide with lots of tips about getting the most of the best practice, things to avoid, and so forth. And finally, just wanted to show you have this nice interactive e-learning tutorial so that you can go through and learn all that content. And with that, I'm done with showing you the platform. What I wanted to do is maybe just share a couple of reflections before closing. So I'd like to go back to the slide deck if that's possible. No longer share the screen. Okay, so a few reflections before closing. I guess in summary, the Legal Interact Plan is a very useful tool. It's useful for exploring our legal text and case law. It does use a generative AI large language model, and that means its answers can sometimes be unpredictable, just like other AI tools such as ChatGPT or Gemini that you have tried in your private life. Now, so the key thing to get better results, get the most out of it, it's important to ask clear, specific questions with plenty of context. And if you give it vague or unclear prompts, that can really lead to some incomplete or unexpected answers. Now, to improve our accuracy, we have fine-tuned the platform, and we're using a technique called retrieval augmented generation. So the answers that you get back are only based on the content of our official EPO legal text. So the platform isn't often for the internet for when it's coming up with the answers. So you do have that guarantee, which is good. But still, with large language models, mistakes can happen, and it can give wrong information. It can misunderstand the question, and it can even miss some complex details. And so that's why we strongly recommend do check the answer that you get back from the platform against the original legal text, or ask a patent attorney if you're not sure. And the platform will provide you links to the sources, and you can ask it to give more links as well. But in summary, our users are really happy with the tool. Many firms have made it now their main tool for finding legal text and understanding the procedures. There are lawyers who are using it to draft arguments in preparation for procedures. Research goes much faster. And then for bringing new staff on board, it's a really great training tool. So it's clear the platform is really improving their work. And with that, I've actually come to the end of this short presentation of the platform. So I'm not sure whether we've got time for any questions, Heide, or...
Thank you, Kieran. Unfortunately, we don't have any time for any questions, but you did highlight a couple of the resources that are available on epo.org that you can access to find out some more information. Kieran, it's good to see you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Heide. Have a good rest of the day.
And now next we will hear from my colleague Victor Arribas, who will be telling us about some updates to the Deep Tech Finder. Victor, I see, are you with us? Do you hear us?
Yes, I do. Do you hear me?
Perfect. So over to you, Victor.
Perfect. Thank you. So hello, everyone. I am Victor, and I am stream leader at the European Patent Office Observatory on Patents and Technology. And you might wonder, what is the observatory? So very quickly, what we do is we aim to use all the patent information, many of the things that some of my colleagues were mentioning today, and try to bring it to a broader audience on understanding innovation, technology, and how all of the actors around there, universities, startups, PatLibs, interact throughout the patent system. And we do this by producing different studies that you might have heard about or looked into on topics like cancer technologies, but also about the role of universities in the patent system. We also do that by producing tools that can be accessed by those that might not have a fully understanding of the IP system, but that want to know more about how it works. So one of the things that we have looked into at the Observatory of the EPO is the lack of funding that we find in Europe, right? And this is not a surprise for any of you. I imagine this is taken from the very famous Draghi report. And what we see here is that there is a big gap in venture capital funding for deep tech in Europe, for startups in Europe, almost at 80, 70%, depending on the stage of the startup. And what we do see, however, is that patents can be key to make it easier for these startups to get this venture capital funding. We did a study at the beginning of our observatory in 2023. And here what we saw was, by using a comprehensive data set of startups and their funding capabilities, that those startups that have patents and other IP rights get up to 10 times more likely to receive venture capital funding. So knowing this clear link between patents, deep tech, and the possibilities of obtaining funding, we wondered about how can we make it easier for investors, for partners to know about whether a startup has a patent or not, or what patent do they have, and how is this all connected in this ecosystem. So before I start with the tool, I wanted to ask you you can just raise your hand quickly, how do you normally look for investors for a project you're working with, for possible partners? You might use the internet. Maybe some of you use the internet. You might actually go through PatLips, which could be a good contact point in a network of innovation of your country, right? So maybe those working in PatLips maybe are saying, no, this is a network I would like to use. Or maybe in fairs and events, right? Like the one you're attending today. Thank you. So, well, we're offering you a next possibility to do this, and this is the EPO's Deep Tech Finder. The Deep Tech Finder is basically an easy way to combine patent technology information with business and investment information. And it's done in a way where anyone that can use a phone can understand it well. The idea of this Deep Tech Finder tool, we'll see in a minute, is basically a map of Europe, where you see both blue dots and orange dots. Blue dots are all of the startups in Europe that hold a European patent application, while in orange, we see the universities that have a European patent application. I will go into the tool in a bit, but just so that you know who is here, well, we see some of the big players in Europe in the startup ecosystem. We can see Pascal, for example, in France, in the quantum sector. We have Isar Aerospace, close to Munich, where I'm based at the EPO. Of course, a big startup a big company now in the aerospace industry. And we also see, of course, big startups and big companies like CRISP Therapeutics in the area of biotechnology. So all in it, what are the things that I can do with Deep Tech Finder? I will show you in a minute, but some of the questions that you can actually answer is things, where is the startup next to me? Imagine you're in a fair and you want to know who is here. You can check by name and see what are the patent portfolio of the startup you're talking with next to you. You can also find an investor with a specific experience in a specific field. If you're working with a researcher, a company, spin-out, that is particularly interested in one field, is working in a field like AI core, you can actually look for investors that have already invested in startups in this field. Or you can also look into investors in a specific late growth of startups or in a specific country. These are some of the questions we're gonna look into now with the tool. You have here the QR code that you can scan if you want on the slides. You can have a look on your phone. The program I'm going to show you right now is available online. No registration needed, nothing, just using the link. And you can also download it as a mobile app now on your Android or iPhone. So let's see how it looks. The Deep Tech Finder looks, as I said, as a map, right? As you normally go to even search for a restaurant when we don't know where to go, is the same idea. So you don't really need much training to operate it. As I mentioned, you can search startups, universities, and investors. So let's go quickly and try to search for the startups that, for example, are active in Austria, where you're based right now in the conference, and that are working in an industry, let's say, in health, for example. What shows here are all the startups that have themselves applied for a European patent application and that are active in this industry. These are not all startups in health in Austria, for sure. This is already a classification, a selection of startups, only those that have already applied for European patent applications. This means they have already gone through different TRL, technology readiness levels. They have already gone into some investment to invest in a patent. So these steps have already been clear, but you can already find, as I mentioned, the startups that are active here. You can look into their funding history. If you see on the funding history, you would be able to go into our partner deal room and showcase and see what is the funding history of that specific startup. If we go back to the Deep Tech Finder, you can also see their patent applications and go directly to Spasnet later. So you click on the European patent portfolio of the startup, and you go directly to Spasnet later, as you see here. That you go and directly see the patent document of the startup you're interested in. So all these capabilities are here for you, and something that I want to really put the emphasis on is on the possibility of searching for the investors. And this is definitely something where there is a need. There is definitely, at least from what we have heard from users of the tool, from universities, from also Patlibs themselves, how should I know what investors can be adequate for me? And this is important because when working in deep tech, right, and not all investors are the same. And not all investors know the technology, the IP in the same way. So this is why we developed this search tool that allows you to find investors according to the patent applications they have filed, the startups they have invested in have filed. So for example, if you are a startup that has filed a patent application in the technical field of physical grids, and you're looking for possible investors that can complement investment that I'm in an investment round that I'm gathering, well, you go to the Deep Tech Finder, you search for the technical field of physical grids, and here you have a very granular, very specific selection of investors that have already invested in startups in your specific technical field. And this is something that only patent data can give you. Because of course, many services exist to classify investors and startups and universities by where they publish or where they are active in what industry. But what this tool does completely for free is allow you to search for the startups and investors in a very specific and granular field. Like, for example, we see here on the physical grid technologies. So if we go, we will be able to see some of the main public actors that have big startup in their portfolio. But also, if you go to lower numbers of startups, you can see private investors, universities, and of course, all of these linked to the startup they have invested in. So this is all I wanted to mention. As I mentioned, Deep Tech Finder is available online for free. You just have to click on dtf.epo.org. And there you will be able to find all the information, the tool for free. And I encourage you all also to look into the mobile app that we just launched a couple of weeks ago. So go on and search for the startups and the deep tech in Europe. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Victor. Thank you for that presentation. And thank you to Marco, Kieran, and Victor for all the presentations. And please be sure to visit epo.org should you want to have more information on these fantastic tools. Now, the next topic is one that is very close to our hearts here at the European Patent Office. A few years ago, we produced a study on women's participation in inventive activity. And we are actively working to encourage the next generation of female inventors. And such an initiative that we're taking is Girls' Day at the European Patent Office, where schoolgirls have the opportunity to come and discuss careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Now, while we're working to pave the way for the next generation, it's also important to celebrate all that women have achieved so far. So please don't hesitate to ask your questions at the next panel discussion. I will ask our next moderator, Lisa MacDonald-Meyer, and her panelists to join me on stage. Lisa is working in the PatLib team here at the European Patent Office and is joined by her panel. So, Lisa, I kindly hand over to you.
Thank you, Haider. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this panel discussion. As Haider said, it's all about women driving IP in innovation, progress in PatLibs and academia. I'm Lisa MacDonald-Meyer. As Haider said, I'm in the PatLib team. I've been here for 34 years now at the European Patent Office, and I've seen many women doing a lot for IP. Our discussion today will explore not only the hurdles that women face in STEM and innovation, but also how institutions like PatLib centres and universities can really become active enablers of female-driven innovation. We'll also spotlight real initiatives and solutions that are helping to bridge these gaps. I'm joined by three absolutely incredible ladies today in my panel. And I'm going to start with Ruzena. Ruzena Sternberkova. Thank you. She's director of the Technology Transfer Office at the South Bohemia University in the Czech Republic. She's also the president of the National Association for Technology Transfer in the Czech Republic and Roadmap Ambassador representing the Czech Republic and Technology Transfer community. Ruzena's PatLib Centre is also very active in the Knowledge Transfer to Africa initiative. Her university, her PatLib Centre, is twinned with 2 Ethiopian universities. And if you were listening this morning, you will have heard Christoph Ernst tell you that she was awarded this year Woman in IP World Award for her contribution and work in the field of intellectual property. To my right, I have Sandra Ennis, head of the Technology Transfer Office at Sardegna Recherche. She's an engineer. She has 32 years of experience. You'd never believe it, but she does, in the area of technology transfer. Sandra is not only a mentor for the English-speaking universities in the Knowledge Transfer to Africa initiative, she's also twinned with the Cape Peninsula University of Technology in South Africa. And last but not least, our dear Mouna Marakchi. Yes. Zerami is the director of the Higher Institute of Applied Biological Sciences of Tunis, the University of Tunis El Manar. She's the director also of the Student Entrepreneurship Hub of the university. Mouna is the focal point for her university in Tunisia in the Knowledge Transfer to Africa initiative, and she's twinned with the PatLib Centre in Strasbourg. So to start, let's explore the foundations of the gender gap in STEM fields and how this affects innovation and IP. Sandra, I think you have been studying some student attitudes towards STEM and career possibilities across the genders. And what differences have you found between boys and girls?
Okay, the first slide that we are showing, I think that is an answer to our questions, and there are sources, UNESCO sources and databases from WIPO, from United Nations that, as you can see, they show how is the situation. It is updated to 2023. How is the situation in the participation of women in research and STEM fields? The data are they speak for themselves, and what can we see is that just the 17% of inventors in international patents are women compared to 83%. So from this point of view, it is interesting to understand where does it come from, where these problems born, and the problems starts from the very beginning. So I will show you some data that are results of some interview that have been done in some countries, African countries, students of a high level, of a high school. So around 14 and 17 years old. The first data are related to attitudes towards math. You can, as you can see, I've taken the data where students disagree, because when they have to disagree, they see the truth. When they have to agree, they sometimes don't say the truth. As you can see, as on your left side is male and female on the other side. For men, for boys, the behavior is coherent. I mean, math is hard for me. They disagree, and they don't consider to have a career that uses maths. But it is something coherent. For girls, it's completely different. As you can see, most of them, it is about the 80% of the girls, even if they are good in maths, they don't consider to have a career in this field. These attitudes in terms of disagree can be seen also in terms of how, if they can do well in science, if they consider to have a career in science, or if science is important for their future work. And the situation is this one. This happens also in other fields. So not only mathematics, but also in other fields, biology, math, technology, and so on. So as you can see, female are orange and the male are blue. The question is, maybe they live in different environment. Their background is completely different. The answer is no. The question was, do you know adults who works as engineer, maths, scientist, and so on? The situation is more or less the same. Or at least we have to say that female know more than boys, that there are people in the family, parents, relatives, friends of relatives that are working in this field. But they don't. They are not going to play any role in the STEM fields. It is a matter of leadership attitudes, probably yes. As you can see on your left side, boys, on the right side, girls. The attitudes of boys is more or less the same. 45 and 45% of the boys are considered to be able to play a good role into to help a group, both to be a leader in the group. For female is completely different. So they consider themselves to be good, to be very good, more than 50% of them into working with other people in the group, but they don't consider themselves to be a leader in a group. During our project, we have done a questionnaire with more than 30 researchers, females in Africa, because we wanted to understand which were the barriers in their university career, in their research career. And as you can see, these are the answers. That means that 34% of them consider that they are not able because they have to balance personal life and work. So it's a matter of being a caregiver for the family, for children, for parents, for relatives, and they don't see their attitudes going back to the other diagrams that we saw previously. They feel the gender bias. They feel that there are limited access to funding and resources, and of course, a lack of a female role model. What's more, always the results of our questionnaires are that most of them, because I'm adding the 22% of them and the 42% of them that answered I don't know and no, that means that there are more than 60% of them, they don't know, or they think that an intellectual property office exists in their university. And yes, it's just the 36%. There is an interesting study. It is called, it's a phenomenon, it's called the leaky pipeline, that tells us that scientists, researchers are good. They have more or less the same quality, even more citations in STEM career and research, since they are bachelor graduates, master graduates, and there is the leaky pipeline. That means that female, there is a certain point, something happens, and for this they start to work even less in research and in production, scientific production, from PhD graduation till research and inventors. So I think that this is the final result.
Thank you very much, Sandra, and I'm sure we'll come back to this leaky pipeline as well. I think it has an awful lot to say. Before we do that, Rózsa, from your vantage point as a Patlib Centre based within a university, how do you think that institutional cultures and structures influence whether women actually innovate or seek help and support to innovate?
Mm-hmm. So thank you for the questions. Firstly, I would like to thank you, Suzanne, and all the team, Patlib team at the EPO, for organizing such a great conference and inviting us. So thank you so much for that. Secondly, I would like to bring you all the best wishes from the most beautiful region that I'm representing. That's the South Bohemia region, and you are always warmly invited to visit Czech Republic. You will be more than welcome. And back to the question. So that's these results are very nice, as I can say. I think the role of the Patlib Center at inside within the university has maybe better role and better position. Better said, because at each university there is the institutional culture. The women's are mostly taken to make the decision. It is asked for the questions and answers sides the women's, but there is a lack of the best practices of the inventors, which are coming from the women's side. So we, as the Patlib Center, are working in last 2 years to give the examples, not only inside the university, but also outside the university. Because if I have seen our work, the best practices are mostly coming from the men. But we also should present the women, because my own personal experience is that the women support mostly the women. We know what everything we should integrate and make and do. And I think it's very good to represent. I love the men, so I think it's necessary to present the women work and even the men work. And that brings the best practices for the society itself.
Thank you, Rózsa. Mona, recently in an online meeting that we had, you were talking about societal expectations and the multiple roles that women are actually expected or have to juggle with. How do these broader expectations shape the future of women in IP? What do you think?
Yeah, thank you, Lisa, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the wonderful Knowledge to Transfer initiative that gave us a lot of support. And actually, in my work with young entrepreneur, we realized that, yes, of course, there is like the societal pressure on women to balance how, like Sandra said, between personal life and career. This is something really important. And maybe if we can, if we back to the data that you showed here, why it's the gap begin to be more important from PhD graduates, maybe because it's the personal life and kids and whatever begin at that maybe age. So that's why it's not because our women are less intelligent or less, it's more because of this pressure.
Yes.
And what I realized also in the work with, many women entrepreneurs that behind the societal, pressure, there is also some, blocking, sometimes there's like they have barrier in internal barrier.
Yes.
They think that they will not be able to balance, they will not be able to do both. So sometimes they, even they don't give them the how to say, the chance to go further and to really patenting. Sometimes, if we can see here some results of one survey that we did with different startuppers, they really faced sometimes even they know that their invention are not patentable. And when we work with them, they realize that it's patented, and they have really it's innovative, it's interesting, and so this limiting, sometimes the limitation coming from their own. So this is the work that we try to do with them, and then when they speak about difficulties, you see the major difficulties that they feel that they have no support, and the cost, of course, of patenting, which is both the same problem for female and male and men, but also sometimes they don't know where to go to get support.
Yeah.
And this is the problem that, some women faced. So maybe why I found that, Knowledge Transfer to Africa initiative is very interesting, because it gives that support, it gives that knowledge, it gives that increase the awareness of IP, possibilities and IP technology. I will spoke about the other partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Muna. We saw in your presentations that many researchers now turning more to access to IP. They don't even know that their institution, their university has an IP office in it. And what barriers do you think that this lack of awareness is actually bringing with it?
Barriers, as Mona was talking about, the difficulties, no support. The no support means that even if there are, as I showed you previously, there are some places where researchers, male or female, it doesn't matter, they can go. There's the principal difference between male and female is that male, they have more time, they don't have to take care of the family, and they have more time to create their network and to have to keep contact with the industries, with players, with companies and other universities. So their network is richer, is bigger. Female don't have this network. That's the why to have a strong IP office or technology transfer office that works in this direction it would be much more interesting for female than male, because female can have a bridge from university to the external side of universities. It's the only one institutions that can provide them not only support and information and also the consciousness that maybe that their idea could be also patented, but also that they have a bridge to the external side of the world, which are companies, which are industries, which are other players, other universities. And this could also be helpful for them in order to find even the financial resources to cover the cost of their patents. So the answer is that this is a very big limitation for them.
Thank you, Sandra. Mona, you've recently run some workshops with female researchers on IP and tech transfer. And in your experience, what's making the extra effort for women when they know where there's tech transfer office? How can we make these IP offices or tech transfer offices feel more welcoming and open for women? How can we get the women to learn about them, know that they're there, and actually open the door and ask for help?
Yes, thank you, Lisa. Yes, actually, what we worked on, we have in my volunteering work as a head of Student Entrepreneur Hub, we have a lot of female volunteering to give support and coach and train these student entrepreneurs. And we found out that, even these females are so motivated and so, they are really giving a lot of effort and time to support these young people. They don't have a lot of knowledge on IP, structure, IP, technology transfer office, what they can give as support. And, with the Knowledge Transfer to Africa initiative, we make them, they had access to the Patlib knowledge learning path, and we with the twinning with Strasbourg, we've done a lot of workshops and training, thanks to Philippe and Francois. And before to do that, yes, we've done some survey about with the same survey with startup. We asked, does your startup have the internal skills needed to manage intellectual property? And you found here the results for women answer. So the majority, if you can see, we have only 33% that say that they have internal knowledge or they have access to experts that can help them for IP support. So the 1/3. The 2/3, they even don't know, or even they don't have any knowledge on IP support. So of course, and this is for startups. I will show you then the survey results for faculty members. This is for startup. If you are already startups, and only the 1/3 of women, they have knowledge or they have access to expert for IP. This is really that show there is a big gap. So there is a lot of work to do with that, and we've done also for in our strategy for capacity building and increase awareness on IP with faculty members who are volunteering to coach and train young entrepreneur. We've done also with our twin in Strasbourg a survey to see how is the level of knowledge on IP for these faculty members. And as you can see, we have only about 20, 30 maximum who have like a good level or at middle level of knowledge on IP. The other one, they have like very basic or even no knowledge on IP, facilities, IP strategy, or so on. So we have 66% that's between moderate and low level. So there is really a big need on ongoing capacity building, and only 1 in 5 demonstrate high proficiency and could act really as IP mentors or champions. So that's why after that we follow up with Philippe to do like a capacity building, workship, online training, and we will redo the next survey to see how the level of IP knowledge, if we already at least get some of impact for that. So this is really, there is a lot of work to do it, and we're really very thankful to the Knowledge Transfer to Africa initiative, because it gives us really the tools and the support to make this knowledge go further and to increase this awareness.
Thank you very much, Mona. Before I ask Roujena a quick question, the thanks go to you, because with the Knowledge Transfer to Africa, it means we need active partners, and with active partners, then it works. You're doing an awful lot on your side too. Roujena, Can you perhaps share an example from your institution, your PatLib Centre within the university, where patent processes, technology transfer processes have really actively involved a woman or a group of women innovators?
I am more than happy to share one example, which is really just now, since 1 year old. Our technology transfer office is we are always thinking. I am so active and trying to come closer inside the university and even to be visible in the region, in our nation, and even behind the border of our Czech Republic. So we thought how we will come closer to the researchers at each faculty. We have 8 faculties at our university. And we thought, okay, we will make such a Scandinavian program that calls coffee to faculty. We have called that. They make the donuts. We make the coffee. Maybe we will be coming in the future for lunch and dinner, but we will see. And it's amazing because the most interest is coming from the women's side that are going and joining these workshops at each faculty. We are making and organizing it once in a half year. And we are bringing all the new information that we offer to our researchers where we can financially support them. And we have seen at the Faculty of Life Science that they are really, the researchers, the women, are very interested in it. So they came to us, and they are from botany, and they had already a lot of thousands questions to us. And they decided, okay, they will apply application internal inside the university for proof of concept projects that we offer, like Technology Transfer Office inside the university. And they were successful because the commercially board was really impressed about the invention, about the idea. It was great. It was the December last year. Just now, they are working on this proof of concept. The results are great. They are very motivated. And 2 weeks ago, they came to us and they were asking, we think it will be perfectly worked, our prototype. So maybe we can have a look for the investors, VC funds, or whatever. So I have called to my colleague investors that we have already connected. And they were so satisfied and also impressed that just now we are starting about to commercialize this invention. The application for this invention is already done and filed. And just now we are thinking about to create the spin-offs. So that's amazing. And I have to say, they didn't know about our technology transfer office in the university, but through these workshops, through the discussion, they are coming closer. They are asking and you give the answers. They see what everything you can do for them. And they believe in your work. And just now, it's really going quickly. And I'm also impressed and so happy about such a good story developing invention that we will bring to the society.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. We also, Lisa Rees this morning, the keynote speaker, I interviewed her before the conference a couple of months ago. And I was saying, but do you know about PatLibs? No. Do you know about this? No. Do you know about that? And it turned out that she actually had a first startup. And through not knowing about where to find support, she could have saved herself a lot of hassle and a lot of money. So she knows about it now. Before we close, let's just try and look ahead, because we've seen that you're all doing studies, you're checking the impact. I know how busy the three of you are in really going out and motivating young girls and young innovators, trying to get them on board, trying to change this leaky pipeline curve. But what can be done together, or in other words, if we successfully somehow bridge the gender gap in innovation, what might the landscape look like in 5 years? Maybe just in 1 or 2 sentences. Muna, you first.
Yeah, Yeah, thank you, Lisa. For us, we think about, creating maybe a clear step-by-step guideline in French and templates about IP, how to get to have IP strategy, how to. So this is something that we want to do. We will get help from, our stream to really publish it and make all the faculty members and the young entrepreneur be aware of it, and also to do more workshop with the female that are really involved in the patenting in IP, to make them sharing their experience, the challenges, and to make a strong network between each others that can help us help them take further and go so on. And this is really very important because actually we work both with young with student, PhD student, and so on, and also with faculty members, because what we found that sometimes we work with for example PhD students, they try to patent or to do but the faculty member, they are not aware. They want just to publish. Yeah. And this is, when you that's why we should work at the same time with both.
Yes.
About, to make awareness. So that's what we project to do.
It's your plan. Sandra?
Okay, from some studies, if we do nothing, the situation is that the trend is the following. In 1977, only the 3.45% of inventions were filed by ladies, by women. And in 2010, we arrived to the 18%, which is more or less the same percentage in 2023. If we do nothing, the gender quality, the parity between patents by female and male would be reached in, it is said, in 2092. So this is so we don't have the solutions, but okay, maybe if you want to discuss about solution, I can do it right now, or maybe later on.
Maybe next year.
Yeah. Let me say that in this project I've put my heart because I think that the future of this the solution is not only one. The solution can be found in different way. What I think is that we have to convince men that it could be a win-win project. If I have just 1 minute more,
yes.
Yeah, I would like just to focus and to catch your attention on medicine and on invention of pharmaceutical products. As you probably already know, male patent pills and medicine and medical devices for men, for typical illness of men. Okay, for example, heart attack. For example, male typically they file patent to solve problems of female.
Sorry, the female.
Female, male. Sorry.
Applicants for female problems.
Okay, thank you. Male, so male patent, male, and female patent, female problems for solutions. That means that the clinical trials are mostly done on men and women. That means that 83% of the clinical trials on medicine are made on men. On the most part of the trials are made on men. Recently, 5 years ago, the European Agency of Pharmacy and Medicine, and also the NIH are trying to. They had made some laws in order to convince the political strategies of research to do clinical trials 50-50, because many pills, many medicine are done for men. They have not been tried for women. So probably, and maybe this could be a solution, is if we can convince all of you, I mean, all of these men, that to help women into encourage them and not stop them into filing patents and do clinical trials could be also useful for your daughters and for our future generation. So it is a win-win project only if both of us believe in this result.
Thank you very much, Sandra.
You're welcome.
Rushana.
So my wishes and what I can, like a prophet, say. I think the women will be much more taken in 5 years in the decision making and will be invited for that. I think the women's are really very good in cognitive skills, and it needs these both elements and essences to bring together to make such a result and discuss it. I think we will be much more using AI also in the TTOs. And it will be very helpful for machinery works that takes a lot of work, and we need the time, and especially the women. But I think the TTO role cannot be added through the AI, because you really need a lot of skills that you need from the business, languages, projects, lawyers from really different parts. So I think you also need to know how your network looks like in the nation, in the region, in international view. Yeah. So it's necessary to have the TTO role will be staying, and you have to develop much more your skills, as it was even today morning said here. So I can underline it. And I believe that the role of the TTOs in each country of the PATLIP centers will be growing, because in our Czech Republic we have a big success 3 weeks ago. We have our own law, which is called technology transfer in Czech Republic. That's great. This is the first time, and it's underlining that we really are speaking a lot of years about technology transfer to bring the inventions to the society. And just now we have the law. That's great.
Nothing but good news.
Yeah.
But can I stay with you? Please. What one policy tool or just one policy tool or partnership would you personally champion to support women and drive more inclusive innovation? Just one.
Just one. It's hard, so okay, I will change my answer.
They only get one as well.
Use, as my dad already said, use every opportunity which is coming to you, because on my own, I know I am also a little bit part politician, regional politic. I'm also working for some foundation, and the integrity and the multidisciplinarity develop yourselves and bring you much more further. So use every opportunity which is coming to you, because this opportunity is coming to you only once in your life.
That was brilliant. Sandra, your tool, your policy or partnership? One.
Don't be afraid to sell science, which is the negative attitude of many female researchers.
Thank you.
Only one.
Muna.
For me, it's believing in yourself, because what I see that, women are really giving a lot for other people, helping people, volunteering, but they are not giving, sometimes trust to themselves. And this is very important. Just believe in your dreams, believe in yourselves, and everything will go on.
Thank you. And if I can share mine, and it's something that I've stolen from one of our workshops in the Knowledge Transfer to Africa from a great speaker, friend of Sandra's. Don't ever feel guilty. And I think that's something that I've often felt, working late and the children at home and feeling guilty. So don't feel guilty is mine, but I'm not part of this panel.
And the imposter syndrome, don't feel
Exactly. We've learned a lot. So to recap, thank you really all for such an engaging and thoughtful conversation. I know the three ladies here very, very well, and every single word they've said is authentic. It's them. It's not a show. We've touched on practically everything from student mindsets and societal roles throughout, and to institutional awareness and the role of IP support systems, So I think for me, the key takeaways are we need to make IP offices and institutions much more visible and welcoming. So whether these are PatLib centres, IP offices inside research institutions or universities, we need to really raise awareness. The innovation narrative must include and centre around women. So women have to be a part of that talk. Cultural shifts and institutional accountability are essential for long-term change. We agree?
Yeah.
Okay. And to our audience here and online, whether you're an educator, an innovator, or a policymaker, I and we encourage you to think about what role you can play in making innovation much more equitable. So I was going to say now enjoy the rest of the conference, but I've got 3 minutes left. So if anybody's got any questions, then please, Laura.
Hello there, thank
Hi,
you.
Laura. This
Hi
is the
there.
other Miss MacDonald.
I know, we are two McDonalds.
She's Elle MacDonald, I'm Elle
Yes.
MacDonald.
Yeah, thank you so much for the session this afternoon. I just wanted to add, it's a bit of a comment and a question, because I think this whole theme and all the examples that you ladies have shared this afternoon, I just wanted to say that from an ASTP point of view, this is also highly relevant theme. And if we focus specifically on what KTOs, TTOs can do in the EDI space particularly, I just want to highlight in February this year, we actually have a special interest group that launched the first toolkit, which is an attempt to pull together kind of critical ingredients of advice and all sorts of data-driven information, as well as looking towards developing customized policies and so on. In other words, it's a community within the KT offices that is taking this whole topic super seriously, with a view to gathering all sorts of examples. So not just those of us here today and online able to hear great examples and be inspired, but actually to try and capture some of that and then make it really visible and available to everybody. So, you know, it seems a remote question. When our group came together at the beginning, it was, but it's really an institution. It's where I'm working. I'm stuck with whatever EDI culture and or policy there is. What can we do as a subunit within the institution? Well, actually a lot. As you guys have all demonstrated already. So EDI Toolkit on the ASCP website, freely available for everybody, and welcome an invitation to the PatLib community. Maybe we can do more together, because this is really just the beginning. We've not written the book on it, but we're looking to gather as many ways of sharing the stories. So please, ladies and gentlemen, join us. In fact, our EDI SIG is led by, and we're gender balanced, I have to say, both men and women. So great. So thank you for this opportunity to extend an invitation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to check. Do I have any questions in here, Haider? Do you know?
Yeah, please do have a look online. There might be a couple of questions online. If we have none in the room, just said. So we have a question in the front.
Yeah.
Just hand over the microphone.
Thank you all for this presentation. I really like basically the curve that you showed, Muna, Sandra. Where we could see the evolution about the diploma, about the girls, and there is a separation starting from master degree. And I also like what you said, Muna, regarding this inner barrier that we might have. And I was thinking that when we look at the main, in the graphic that you shown, we were having master degree, PhD, and then researcher, and then inventor. But I had the impression that many people, and girls included, that invention can only be made or created by researchers. But the master degree is a very high level. And basically, invention are not all groundbreaking innovation. They can be just improvement of what already exists. So maybe an idea would be also to improve, basically, and trying to incite the girls at master degree level to innovate, because they already have enough technical knowledge to do so.
I think that it's you're right. Maybe this is the reason why of this is not. It is not unknown, but it's clear to understand. But in terms of innovation and innovative, something which is in a disruptive innovation, it was Mona was telling. Before she was telling that many of female researchers, they don't think that their idea is patentable, so they think that the idea of patent, that's the problem. And it's not only for female, for male too, that for being patentable, it must be, wow, Titanic idea. And they don't know if they would go in a patent database, they would realize immediately that disruptive invention, they are from Leonardo da Vinci in mechanical systems till now. So probably it's a matter of understanding that not only disruptive innovation, but just something that adds something more to an existing innovation and patent. This is true, and it is so. That's why the idea is that innovation is innovation.
Yes, absolutely agree.
I don't know if I have answered, or it's a comment. It's not the solution.
Yeah, that's why it's important to have this TTO on universities, because it's important that all the students from the master's degree and even from engineering school or whatever, they know about IP, and they know that they can get support to make their invention really go to the market and impact the society.
Yes.
Good. Thank you very much for that wonderful discussion, and let's give everyone a wonderful round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please retake your seats. Now, up next, we have the CodeFest 2025 prize ceremony, and I can imagine our finalists have been waiting for this moment. So let's not wait any longer. Welcome to the CodeFest 2025 prize ceremony. Today, we're not here to recognize great coding skills. We're here to recognize and celebrate the power that patent data can have to drive meaningful change. Sustainability is one of the defining global challenges that we have of our time. It impacts our environment, our societies, and our future. And the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, they provide a clear and ambitious framework to build a better, fairer, and more sustainable world by 2030. And that is why at the EPO, sustainability is a key pillar in our strategic plan 2028. So we challenged our CodeFest participants, exactly that, is to build an automated system to classify patents according to the relevance of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And over the past 6 months, we've received 33 proposals from 68 participants. And now these were either in teams or as individuals. And after 2 rounds of very rigorous and I would say thorough evaluations, the expert jury proposed 6 finalists that impressed them with their technical strength, functionality, and potential impact on innovation. And today we're here to celebrate those finalists and the innovative spirit paving the way for a more sustainable future. So I would like to welcome on stage the first team. So let's meet our finalists, and not to give you any hints of who may be taking home a prize, we will just go in alphabetical order. So first up, I would like to invite Confused Electrons to the stage. Please do join me on the stage, who will be represented today by Arnab Saha and Maurizio Rodriguez Alas. Now, they've harnessed the power of advanced AI to build and classify patents according to the UN SDGs, but they didn't stop there. Their tool also explains why each SDG tag has been assigned. And with their user-friendly interface, and even a chatbot, users can interact with the data. So Maurizio, I hand over to you. Please tell us more about your solution.
Thank you. Can we have the slides? There. So thank you. We're the Confused Electrons, and today I'm here to present the Patent SDG Explorer, our solution to bridging the gap between patents and the Sustainable Development Goals. So the challenge for this was valuable SDG insights are drowning in data. And we propose that technology can be the solution to find insights in the patents. So I will briefly go over the project overview and then show you our application and its features. First, the classification pipeline. We take around 90,000 EPO patents from the TIP and the EPO database, and then clean them and summarize them using LLM models to finally assign them an SDG tag. And then with this, we build a patent database that we can query and utilize for useful information. Next, we train our model. We take the LLM label data and pre-train our classification model to finally have it so the user can interact with it through the chatbot. Then we have the RAG chatbot, which is the main point of interaction for the user. It interacts with the user via chat interface and can provide conversational context as well as pattern similarity search and statistical and visualization capabilities. And all of this comes together in a web application that I'll show you next before I run out of time. Can we have the video? Okay. So here you see trending sustainable patents. And here the user can see the most recent patents. We have a brief abstract that shows how this patent is related to the SDGs. And we can even see the full entry in SPASnet. Then if we go to the top, we can see the dashboard. The dashboard provides information about statistics about the database. We have an SDG patent distribution, which shows how patents are distributed between the different SDGs, a global patent distribution by country, patent field trends, and most importantly, we have AI-generated summaries, which shows the user the emerging trends, gap analysis, and key insights. And this is at a database level. So the idea with this is that this grows and evolves as more patents are added. If we go back to the patent distribution, we can select one of the SDGs, in this case, SDG 7, and we'll get the top 6 technologies that are contributing to this SDG. If we scroll down, we can see again RAG insights at the SDG level, emerging trends and gap analysis and insights at the SDG level. So every SDG gets these insights as well. If we scroll back up and we choose one technology for wind energy for SDG 7, it will return a list of the top 5 patents that are contributing to this SDG. We can normally interact with the patent, see the full entry in SPASnet, but also see which matching text was the most relevant. We can as well download the list of patents. And next is the conversational bot. To the bot, we can ask interactive questions. So here we ask, show me patents related to LED luminaires. And the bot will generate a small summary with some highlights, technological advancements, and some related patents. We can also ask the bot to give a specific patent. So in this case, I take a patent number, and it gives me back the standard patent information, but also provides some more context that it can generate. So we can generate more summaries. Here I ask for statistical information. So which inventor has the most patents? It gives me back a list and some visualization to improve the information. More statistical information. So which SDG has the most patents? And it gives back more statistical information with a list, a distribution, key insights, and a visualization. And finally, we have the classification model, which is available for the user to bring their own abstracts, claims, or ideas to see how it aligns with the SDGs. We have provided some user examples that you can try. And when you classify with this or your own text, you get the classification, a classification result, and a classification confidence. And the bottom shows the top influential tokens or words that influence the decision of the model to try to understand how your text is classified by the model. This has been the Patent SDG Explorer. I hope you find it useful and you can try it yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your insights, Team Confused Electrons. Please take your seat. Now let's welcome our next finalist, LipsyUp, represented by Ghislain Domanda and Nadir Nadifi. They built a system that leverages AI to help define rules and construct a decision tree to evaluate whether a technology contributes either positively or negatively to society and the environment. So, Ghislain, we're excited to hear more. Please join me on the stage, and the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Global sustainable development faces a 4 trillion funding gap annually. Every year, millions of dollars are spent on conventional technological solutions. Yet, better solutions already exist, hidden within patent documents worldwide. Accessing this technology is the real challenge because actual AI solutions based on LLM like ChatGPT are slow, expensive, and also opaque, making it really impossible for decision makers to confidently find real innovation for impact. This is why we create LipsyUp, an explainable AI developed by data scientists, academic experts, and also patent attorneys. We joined CodeFest to bridge the gap between innovation and impact by using a solution which is based on UN and IPCC framework, basically. In practice, our system uses a dual SDC detection system. This is a groundbreaking solution. First of all, we have an explicit SDC detection which is made. This explicit detection is made using a custom sentence-level method. This is very important because within the same paragraph, you could have different texts basically that do not rely to the same SDG. So it's not correct to predict the whole text as such. The second thing that we have done is that we have created a new SDG class, which is the class 18. You know that there are only 17 class 18. The objective is to avoid any false positive that might be generated. Secondly, based on our system, we are performing an implicit detection. This implicit detection is based on IPC code, which is associated with the patent. Based on that, we are able to avoid using any LLM, which is taking a lot of time and using a lot of energy. Now, let's see LipsyUp in real life with the video. So the video is coming up. So we're going to see how LipsyUp is working. So I've entered some text word here, and you will see this is the first explicit SDG detection. I can see exactly within a text from a patent or that I copy which SDG it belongs. And then we have the distribution. And then we can summarize that in order to have an overall SDG that represents the whole document. The second thing relates to the possibility of performing a search on a patent. So this is usual, basically, solution. You are searching for a patent. We're using a semantic search. We can find a patent, which is here. We have the information that are associated about the summary, about the basic bibliographic data. But what is interesting is that on every patent, we have the IPC code. It could also be applied with the CPC code. It's the same principle. And here, we're going to put in place what we call the implicit SDG. So basically here you can see the impact over the full life cycle of your innovation. The idea is not just to predict the SDG, it's to know what would be the impact of SDG over time. You could have an age-reading motor that will be able to perform well, but basically in order to reevaluate and reuse the resources, it can be complicated. Then we have some dashboard that provides us a lot of information regarding worldwide distribution about SDG in a country or in a different technology field. Technically, we're using two different types of systems. First of all, for the explicit SDG detection, we're using a tree of 10 specialized AI models that have been trained. So here, it is not just a tree decision, it's a different model. Then we're going to have some results that are very fast because we can predict for every patent in 0.88 seconds for every patent. Here in LipsyUp, we do not just classify the patent. We reveal the hidden innovation within it. Join us in order to provide import support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, team LipsyUp, for that presentation and sharing your solution with us. Now let's give a warm welcome to the next team, the Patent Embedders. This is a 5-person team that will be represented today by Andrea Tacella. This talented team already impressed us last year with an innovative solution in the CodeFest. And they returned again with another great solution. They developed a custom version of the Llama 3 language model, trained to understand the European legislative framework and identify techniques to control air pollution using a human-validated dataset. Now, to boost the precision of their results, they integrated a second AI model called Claude, and added a chatbot to help the users explore the data more intuitively. So Andrea, please do join me on the stage. And please tell us more about your solution.
Thank you. Thank you for having us here, actually, for the second time. I am Andrea on behalf of my team, the patent embedders. We are spread across 2 cities. Some of us are in Rome, some of us are in Constance. We are physicists and computer scientists. We are doing research in what are called complex systems, where we bridge ideas from AI, statistical physics, network theory to solve a variety of problems, like, as in this case, working on innovation, for instance. So when tackling this challenge, we immediately realized that there was a challenge within the challenge in the fact that SDGs, as their name says, they describe goals, but they do not really describe the means to which achieve those goals, which is instead the object of a patent that provides a solution. So we felt the need to create a bridge between these 2 domains and to find some ontology that could help us in bridging what are the goals and what are the means to achieve the goals. So let me introduce you to the BREFs. The BREFs are a set of policy documents. They are prepared by the Joint Research Center in Seville. They are very high quality policy document that describes all the processes that happen in European industrial systems. They describe all the pollutants that are emitted by each of the processes, and more importantly, they outline which are the best available techniques to reduce the emissions of those pollutants. They have more than 4,200 technical description of how of the techniques that should be used to abate pollutants, and these conclusions directly feed into the EU legislation. So we use this ontology as the basis to create this connection between SDGs and patents. So this is more or less how the pipeline works. Everything revolves around the BREFs. We extract the 4,200 pollution abatement techniques, and on one hand, we classify which pollutants are covered by the techniques, and from the pollutants, we create a connection with the SDGs through the impact that that pollutant could have on the Sustainable Development Goal. On the other hand, and this is where the core of our model actually is at work, we match each of these pollution abatement techniques against a data set of about 500,000 patents from EPO. This creates a bridge between SDGs, patents, pollutants. Now, on these slides, there are some technical details. I don't have time to go into this, but if you're interested, please take a picture. We can discuss this later. Now that we could build this large set of interlinked information, we also build a dashboard that allows the users to explore this richness of information. So everything for the user starts with the selection of a pollutant. From the pollutant, you can then have a look at which are the impacted SDGs, so on which SDGs does the pollutant have an impact. And then from there, you can go on and select which techniques are present in the EU legislation, which are suggested by the EU legislation to reduce the emissions of that pollutant. Then, from there, you can retrieve patents, inventions that are relevant to apply that techniques. And you can also look for additional patents through a tool that is called Patent Space that we have introduced in the previous version, in the previous edition of the CodeFest. Then, from there, the user is able to select all this information and provide it as a context to a language model and generate automated reports that explain the technological landscape around what it has selected. So let's have a quick look at how the dashboard looks like. So the user is first prompted to select a pollutant, and it has already a view on how many patents he will find that tackle the emissions of that pollutant. He can subsequently learn something about the pollutant, so which are the main emission sources, which is the environmental impact, and more importantly, which are the sustainable development goals that are affected by the pollutant, with an explanation of why the pollutant is impactful for those SDGs. Subsequently, you can go ahead and have a look through all the techniques that are present in the EU legislation to reduce the emissions of that pollutant. And finally, you can select patents and ask the language model to produce a set of predetermined reports on the basis on the information that has been selected by the user. So, to conclude, our approach provides a very high-quality matching between SDGs and patents, and it does so by leveraging an high-quality ontology. It is a scalable approach, and it can be replicated for other topics as well, not just industrial pollution. The only thing that you need is to find an ontology like the BREF that you can use. And we are already in contact with the team that produces the BREF at the JRC to see whether this tool can actually become a useful and policy-relevant tool used in the field. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Andrea, for your insightful presentation, and also for the patent embedders for once again making it to the final. So thank you for being consistent and dedicated. Now let's give a warm welcome to our next team, SDG Concepts. This is a dynamic duo made up of Grazia Sveva-Ascione and Nicola Tamanone. And their solution centers on the automatic generation of a silver standard, which is a reliable reference set used to train and evaluate classifiers with respect to the UN SDGs. And instead of relying on complex mathematical comparisons, their method uses a ranking-based evaluation and is capable of handling multiple SDGs at once, making it both flexible and accurate. So, Grazia, we're excited to hear more. Over to you.
Hello. Hi, so we are the SDG Concepts, and we are happy to share with you our solution that is called From Scratch to Silver, creating trustworthy training data for patent SDG classification. Our team is composed by Nicolas, who is a senior machine learning engineer, and by myself, an assistant prof in economics and data science. And our motivation to join this IPO Code Challenge is to combine our different expertise in patents, NLP, and sustainable development. Our solution is based on the technical bet that it is the training data, not the model or the algorithm, that decide whether a machine learning project succeeds or fails. Indeed, one of the key challenges in the SDG space is the lack of a gold standard validated dataset that links patent to the SDGs. And as a response, we propose an unsupervised method to build a high-quality silver standard dataset that maps patent to all the 17 SDGs, which we later use to train a downstream classification model. And unlike methods that leverage LLM to directly label patents, our method produces training data that is validated using real patent knowledge, offering a more transparent and reliable foundation for SDG mapping. To build our silver standard dataset, we start by compiling patents that cite scientific papers related to the SDGs using non-patent literature citations, joining different sources such as Scopus or Penalex and PatStat, and we treat those non-patent citation and PL citation as a weak signal of SDG relevance for patents. We then use a subset of this dataset to fine-tune our automatic data annotation method, which combines SDG concept extraction via LLM with a semantic ranking step. And the output is a silver standard dataset that we finally use to train a downstream classifier. In the data annotation method, we first leverage LLM to extract SDG concepts from both the SDG corpus and the patent text, focusing on function solutions and applications. And we do that in order to have a more robust similarity metric based on standardized text. For example, here you can see, if we take a look at this as a SDG paper and the citing patent, that at the title level, they seem very different, but once the function and the application are extracted, they look very much more similar and aligned. Then we use a fused ranking of SDG concepts to turn each patent into a vector of continuous SDG relevance scores. Sorry. So what is the key innovation of this method is basically in the validation step. Why? Because the first thing that we want is to tune the hyperparameters of this method to mirror the signal in the weak signal that we mentioned with non-patent literature citations. So you can share the video now. Yeah, so you see, for example, we have this patent here that is on a method for crop disease and is related to SDG2. And this is the signal that we get actually from non-patent literature citation. And you can see that this method that we made correctly mirrors that signal. But we want to go actually beyond that, and we want to find new and plausible connections for patents that are not hidden in this signal here. So what we do a customized loss function in the optimization phase to achieve that. For instance, this patent here with this method is also linked to SDG 8 and SDG 12. Why? It is pretty much obvious. if we look at the extracted function from this patent here, that you can see here, and it is very, very similar to this function here from SDG 12. So finally, to have a scalable tool, we use our Silver standard to do the classification task. And what we get is that this classifier works better on patterns that are more common in the SDGs. So to sum up, our solution is explainable because we know exactly why a certain patent is linked to a certain SDG. Reliable, as its validation process is linked to real patent knowledge, and scalable because it only needs one training phase. So the key take away from what we did is that if you can trust the training data, you can trust the classification system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Grazia, and thank you to the SDG Concepts. Please do retake your seat. Thank you for sharing your solution with us. Now let's welcome our next team, Team Suma, as a duo represented by Michael Mazurek. And this two-person team developed an AI system composed of 5 integrated tools. One of these tools features a custom model designed to map categories to specific UN SDGs. They combined traditional machine learning methods with additional contextual data and use similarity checks to boost both the accuracy and the reliability of the results. So, Michael, please do join me on the stage, and we're excited to hear more.
Thanks so much. So before I start the presentation, I just want to ask here, who has used an AI assistant like maybe the Legal Intelligence Platform or ChatGPT or Gemini within the past month? Can we just have a show of hands? Okay, so it's everybody. So you're going to get this presentation, which will show up on the screen. Perfect. So we created OpenPatent.io. It's composed of Jack Sun and myself. So let's dive into that quickly. Jack, he's doing his master's of AI at the University of Telecom in Paris. And myself, I did my master's of AI in Switzerland. Currently, I'm running my startup, AI for Privacy. So what is OpenPatent.io? It's an online platform that helps whether you come from the patent space or the UN SDG space to cross over on the other side and understand what's going on. It's composed of taxonomies, mappings, data sets, and 5 custom AI agent tools. It's accessible to anybody, independent of how much you know about it prior to any knowledge you've had. So think of it like ChatGPT, but highly specialized for UN SDG goals and patents. So let's have a quick overview. So imagine you open up the platform and you ask for the patent, which is an apparatus for processing plastic material. It's an EPO award-winning patent. So you get this very nice interface, which is called a patent card, with a title, the patent number, abstract, and quite importantly, the CPC classes. So now what you can do is you can interactively chat with the chatbot and say, hey, could you show me these CPC classes across the UN SDG goals? And you get this nice interactive heat map, which on the y-axis shows the UN SDG goals, and the x-axis, the CPC classes of that specific patent. So you can see here on SDG goal 12 and SDG goal 9, we have the strongest correlation. So we can ask it about these 2 goals and say, hey, what are these 2 goals about? And you see SDG goal 12 is about sustainable consumption and production, whereas SDG goal 9 is about sustainable industrialization. And on top of that, we are also connected to the World Bank. So here we see a bunch of metrics that might be interesting for us. I might be interested having this patent looking at the manufacturing value added across the world. So we can just talk to the model and we get this map. And this map shows where manufacturing has been increasing the most year over year. And we can choose any one of the hundreds of metrics that we have embedded. We see the United States, China, Germany, and Japan. And we might have a European focus as well. So we can say, hey, can you zoom in into Germany and show us the chart across time? And here we can see that manufacturing has been steadily increasing. So it might be worth further commercializing this patent in Germany. We can also do the same with the application filings across the world. And we see in here, beyond the usual suspects, we also have Korea, which didn't really show up on the previous map. So how do we actually make this happen? So OpenPatent.io is a website that's built by the Python application. Then we have connected a Postgres database and a large language model and 5 custom AI agent tools. So what's an AI agent tool? It's something that enables your LLM to connect to external databases. And here are some clear examples. For example, the Open Patent Service, you can, as we saw, create the custom cards, the SDG RAG, because there's 17 goals with hundreds of indicators and targets, the CPC RAG, which contains hundreds of thousands of CPCs, and then the analytics charts, which enables the technology intelligence platform, PatStat, and World Bank datasets. Then we have one final agent, which connects the patent to SDGs. And for this, we've trained a custom machine learning pipeline. So feel free to try it out. It's currently live. It's on openpatent.io. You got to log in through the computer. And here's the password, which is the same as the username. Thanks a lot. This was Team Suma for CodeFest 2025.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Michael, and thank you for the excellent presentation, Team Suma. Now let's meet our final finalist, coming directly from the EPO, Vasilios Netergalianis. Vasilios developed a solution that combines multiple AI models to identify which UN SDG a patent relates to, drawing on both the patent text and its classification codes. And the system uses a method that allows the models to work together, assesses the confidence level of each prediction, and making the results more reliable and transparent. So, Vasilios, do you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. So over to you, Vasilios.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Now I see myself. I don't know if I can see the slides where we are. Can you see the slides yourself? Because I cannot.
No, so at the moment we don't see the slides, but if you just give it a couple of seconds, you should be able to see your slides. I think you're okay now.
Excellent. Good. Thank you so much. So I would like to present then my solution for EPO CodeFest Spring 2025. It is a project that I call Sustainalytics. It is a single person team, and I was highly motivated to participate to this CodeFest, basically initially by learning about sustainable development goals, and then in addition to bridge my role at EPO as an examiner, the theory that we deal basically with some practical aspects, and finally to also demonstrate the possibility to develop AI solutions that are not based in the Python language, that it's the status quo, I could say, today. So my solution has been built based on the Elixir language that is a very, very promising solution to use, especially for distributed system and web applications, that is backed up with AI microservices. In order to utilize existing information, I have used SDG classifiers that are available from Hugging Face with some further models to tackle the data. And in addition, in order to assess the bias and the precision of those existing SDG classifiers, I have utilized OSDG data that are labeled by human experts, and I consider them as reliable set of data. And finally, in order to complement the signal that comes from the description by this automatic SDG classifiers, in addition, I have developed a step where the assigned by human experts, by for example, patent examiners, IPC or CPC classes, those have been mapped by AI to sustainability development goals. Here is high-level software architecture. I will not go into details. I have no time for that. I just want to stress the role of async SDG, which is a vital component and allows the asynchronous handling of user requests at the top, and then the asynchronous termination and providing of the results, the corresponding results from the low-level tasks. So now let me switch to the demo. I don't know how this will be done automatically. Can you see now the demo?
Yes, so we see it on screen, Vasilios. And
Excellent.
It should be starting shortly.
Okay, so now I think you can see it. Lovely. The Sustainalytics is a web-based application. The user can interact in a number of ways with this. They can either upload local files that have been downloaded from EPO bulk data services, or provide free text input, or additionally to provide a publication number, but it can also be United States publications. Download them real-time from Google and then classify them. The classification is based on some extracted text. This extraction, because less is more, is trying to utilize full text search on the one hand and AI on the other hand to detect the most crucial part of the application that discloses the effects of this patent, and then the effects are considered to be the most relevant to the SDGs. Then this extracted text is fed to a number of SDG classifiers from Hugging Face. Here we see the outcome for this particular patent publication, and then this is aggregated. In the top two of those suggestions are aggregated with an unsub using Bayesian theory here at the top. In addition, we also boost the ones that happens to be aligned with IPC or CPC classes. Finally, the user can also observe a cloud word with the most frequent words in order to understand whether the above results are meaningful or not. And just the last detail I would like to mention, the IPC and CPC classes that we see here are automatically generated by AI. However, the user can, for the CPC, in particular for the Y section or for the IPC, for the rest A to H, can select particular nodes by expanding the whole classification trees, select a node that considers to be related with a particular SDG, and then whatever this is selected is going to be considered in subsequent classification requests. Thank you so much for your attention.
Vasilis, thank you very much for sharing your solution. And please, let's give all our finalists another round of applause. Now that you've had the chance to learn about our 6 finalists, let's talk about the prizes our 3 winners can take home in addition to the CodeFest trophy. Now, the grand prize winner will be receiving 20,000 euros. The second place, 10,000 euros, and the third place, 5,000 euros. And our jury certainly had a very tough decision this year, from picking from so many innovative proposals, and today's winners have really set a new standard. And now it comes the time we've all been waiting for. Now, to present the third place winner we have here today, Eliezer Neziri, the Director General of the Macedonian Patent Office. Eliezer, please join me on stage. Thank you. So, Eliezer, here you go. This is the envelope. I'm sure you're very excited. Our contestants are very excited. So
Thank
over to you.
Thank you, Haider, for the nice introduction. It is thoroughly excited to hand out this CodeFest third prize. The third place winner for this edition for the CodeFest, it's Team Suma, Michel Mazruik, Jackson Soon.
Thanks a lot. It's just Jack.
So you just want to move in front of the...
Okay.
Please.
Perfect.
Let's please another round of applause, please.
I have one question.
Okay.
What was the biggest challenge you had to overcome for this CodeFest?
Yeah, so the biggest challenge I would say is the UN SDG is something that we're really new at because we came a bit more from the patent world. But I think it was also the biggest opportunity because we could create a chatbot that basically enabled us to connect to the other side and be our own users at the same time and provide our own feedback. So that would be my answer.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Eliezer, and congratulations once again to Team Suma. Now, let's move on to the second place. To present our second place winner, I have the pleasure once again to invite Christoph Ernst, our Vice President for Legal and International Affairs, to the stage. Thank you, Christoph, for joining us. Now, what nobody knows is I have a hidden drawer here with all the winners, and I don't even know who's been winning. So, Christoph, I hand over the envelope once again to you.
What he's trying to tell in the drawer is also all the money, and we will take care of it.
We will sort that out afterwards.
Sorry.
No worries.
Okay, so my pleasure to introduce, of course, the place for the second ranked winner here. And let me see, the second prize goes to Team SEG Concepts, and it's Grazia Sveva Ascione e Nicolo Tamagnone.
Much.
Congratulazioni e complimenti, molto ben fatto.
Incredible.
So, that's yours.
Fare a foto.
Good. Un applauso. And of course, also a question from my side for this edition. Your access to the technology intelligence platform recently launched in December last year. And could you describe how did you use it for this edition, and what are your experiences, and how did you make the best use of it?
Yeah, I can answer. Yeah, okay.
Okay, good. Okay.
Pretty much for all the components that we develop. I have to be honest. It was very because I'm a Jupyter environment user from a lot of years, but having this connection for patent data through the BigQuery, and so retrieving patent data directly in an environment like the TIP was amazing. And let's say that the process of cleaning and data processing was more fast than usual, and so it's a platform that helped us a lot in pretty much all the components of what we develop.
Yeah, maybe I can also add that for us in economics, it is a much better way to access PatStat, much faster, much cleaner. So we really loved it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations. May I? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, very well done. Congratulations once again, also from my side. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for, and it's time to reveal the winner of our grand prize. And to do so, I have the pleasure to invite the president of the Austrian Patent Office, Stefan Harasek, onto the stage to announce the winning team. Thank you, Stefan. And again, into the hidden drawer.
Now I see what you think.
The money. You see the money. Okay, so then I'll hand over the envelope once again. Now, this is the really exciting one.
Yes, this is the really exciting one, and it is even more exciting to know if I will manage to open this envelope with the microphone in the hand. Okay, but I'm sure I will cope with this task. So, who is the winner of the first prize? It is Team Confused Electrons.
Bravo!
Thank you.
And also for you, there is a question provided, and the question is, how do you think your solution can drive sustainable development?
You want to answer?
You can take it.
Okay, can you can you repeat the question?
Yes, of course.
Sorry, I'm so excited to hear the whole question.
It is really a very tough question. So, how do you think your solution can drive sustainable development?
Okay, so when we were planning the whole project, our first concern was there is no open solution to identify sustainable development goal-related patents. So we were trying to first solve that because that was the core idea of the competition. But then we were also planning, okay, we get this data, but we also need some information like how these are relating to the sustainable technologies. So alongside the classification, we extracted information that people can actually use, so they can innovate on existing patents. So they have some ideas, okay, this patent drives into wind turbine, we can maybe get we can get some inspiration and then we can improve on that. So, and then we also tried to add the chatbot so that they can also have LLM help, that we are already using ChatGPT a lot, so we tried to do that with our database so they can help this help. So I think that's how our solution might help people drive innovation.
Thank you very much for this explanation, and congratulations once more.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Stefan, may I ask the winners to stay on the stage, please, with me? Congratulations to Team Confused Electrons. And may I ask all winners now to join me onto the stage so that we can take a picture together. So please do join me together, and let's give everyone another round of applause. And I think with that, we can give them another round of applause just to congratulate them once again. Thank you. Please. Very well done. Very well done. Congratulations to you all, to all the finalists. You've all shared creative, thoughtful, and inspiring ideas with us. And it's clear how much time, effort, and teamwork that went into your solutions. Thank you for taking on this challenge. Some of you even the second time. Thank you for that. Thank you for showing how patent data and AI can help support the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And a big thank you to our jury members. They had a really tough time this year to select from all these innovative proposals, and to everyone who enjoyed and joined our CodeFest this year. Whether you took part, supported the team, or helped make today happen, thank you. And this isn't it. We're already working on the next edition of the CodeFest, so keep an eye on epo.org/CodeFest, where you can rewatch today's ceremony and learn more about our brilliant and fantastic finalists. So congratulations once again to you all, and thank you for being part of the CodeFest. Now, we're coming to the end of the PatLib conference. However, before we conclude, I have the pleasure to once again invite our Vice President, Christoph Ernst, to the stage for some closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Haider. And as you will see, the thanks is for all of you, because unfortunately we have to come to an end here, because I think that's been a fascinating day, and we have seen and heard about so many moving inventions and some other events. So it's been a great day. But as we're here to come to a close of our day, let me of course start by thanking with my heart and give a heartfelt thank to our speakers in particular, our organizers, and most importantly, to all of you, because you made it happen. The vibrant and growing PatLib community on-site and online. And as you know, this is now the third time we adopt a hybrid approach for this flagship event. And I think, and this I have heard from my talks with many of you, seems to be a nice concept. And of course, it's good to see each other here and having the opportunity not only to listen, to discuss, but also to exchange and also to network. All in all, I think it's been a great day. We've had an inspiring journey through this day and about the present and future of innovation and support. And I think we've celebrated achievements, tackled tough questions, and sparked new ideas. The energy in the room and across every conversation here, of course, has been contagious. Yeah, it grew and got more and more and more. And that's precisely what makes the PatLib conference so special. It's not just an event, it's a movement. Let us briefly go through the agenda and recap a little bit what we have had the pleasure of hearing about. As you will recall, for sure, we started the day by imagining a world that's sweeter without sacrifice. We explored how science and IP come together to innovative, healthier, more sustainable alternatives to sugar solutions that are not only transforming industries, but also protecting our planet. Solutions that allow us to live a healthier life. It's a clear example of how patents are not just legal tools, they are levels for a better future. And I think we have heard a lot more in this very inspiring presentation of Lisa Rice this morning. Some quotes, of course: be resilient, never give up, be courageous in continuing, and make it happen, live your dream, and make your dream happen and become reality. I think we all learned a lot from this inspiring presentation, and there was an excellent start into the day, and it kept on this high level and got even better. Then we turned to a big and bold question: one patent, one market. The conversation around the European patent, the unitary patent, and the future of innovation in Europe was thought-provoking. We saw how patent harmonization and simplification are not abstract ambitions, but practical necessities, especially for startups and SMEs, those agile engines of European innovation. The promise of the unitary patent is a promise of clarity, access, and competitiveness. From there, we looked outward. The global outreach of the patent network, PatLeap network, shows us that what started as a European initiative has the potential to foster global knowledge exchange, and the Knowledge Transfer to Africa initiative is a successful example for this. That is something to be proud of and to continue building upon. We also turned the spotlight on technology transfer, the vital bridge between research and real-world impact. And what we saw confirms it. Europe's innovation landscape is rich, but it needs connectors, and PatLeap centers are increasingly those connectors. Europe, you are becoming the beating heart of regional innovation. Let's be proud of it, and let's continue. And this year, we did more than just talk about diversity. We celebrated it. We shone a light on women driving IP progress, both in PatLeaps and in academia. Their stories remind us that equity is not a side issue, by no means. It's a central driver of innovation. And when more perspectives are presented, better ideas emerge. And of course, we ended with some joy, the CodeFest Spring Award. And congratulations once again to all the participants and winners. And your creativity and commitment makes it clear the future of digital IP services seems to be in good hands. With this, I would like to thank the national patent offices and PatLeap centers for the unequivocal support and enthusiasm throughout. And I would like to thank all the EPO colleagues, in particular those here in Vienna, who played a major role in making this possible. They have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure a smooth running of the conference. And before I close today's event, I want to say this very clearly. The EPO sees PatLeap as a strategic network to support innovation on local, regional, and global level. You're closest to inventors, researchers, and entrepreneurs. You are the ones who make IP real and actionable. The future we are building, whether it's healthier food, smarter policies, more inclusive ecosystems, or impactful tech transfer, depends on connection. Connection between people, between systems, and between ideas. And that is where the PatLeap community shines brightest. Let's support innovation and let's support each other's. So let us take that spirit back home and let's continue and work on it till the PatLeap festivity and ceremony next year. Thank you to all for joining us here today. Thanks for being here. And in that regard, with some regret, but also with pleasure, I close that conference. Or Haider, something to add from your side?
I will allow you to finalize the conference, but then I just have a few words afterwards.
Super. Then let's do it this way. My pleasure to finalize the conference, and the post-finalization comes from Haider.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Christoph. Thank you for your words and timing. Thank you for allowing me to close the conference. But to our online audience, thank you for joining us. We hope you've enjoyed today's event, and please do use the on-screen QR code to leave us some of your feedback. It is a pleasure to moderate today, and thank you, and see you next time.